again, everybody. Welcome to part 3. It is 10:06 p.m., not 2 a.m. I am feeling tired. I've been feeling already yawning. I've been falling asleep here for the past 2 hours. I hate this. I hate to say that. I really do. I've been sleeping for the past 2 hours, and I thought it was because I haven't gotten any food in me, and I ate an hour ago, and I'm feeling, just a little bit livelier, but I don't know, I feel that, but I'm actually still sleepy. But anyway, so here we go. Yeah. Let's see. Trying to bring up stream here. Just so you know, comments. Of course. Okay, I got stream comments up if in case anybody goes to comment. Feel free to. I won't bite. Unless you ask, of course. Or your name is LT.
I was at Heavenly Church.
Right, I already asked for that. Okay. Next is Jasmine. I'm gonna say this and see how they reply. Here's my question to her. Do you know they have rice named after you?
Beats me.
Well, they do. And I gotta admit, you taste okay. Now, if your name was Basmati, perfect. Mwah. Beautiful. Love the taste of Basmati rice. Anyway, let's get this started. Hello.
I'm Jasmine. I don't come in that often. What happened to Dr. Dekker? Oh. When? How? Sorry, you probably don't know, do you?
I wrote that he ran away. And then she was like, oh, what? Ow. And I'm like, are you for real? The game actually picked that up. The question was supposed to be Dr. Dekker was murdered. And I said he ran away. And he goes, oh, what? Ow. What?
I don't really have anything to say about that.
Of course, with his feet. How else would he run away? Oh, my. Alright. I'm taking this seriously. Excuse me. I'm taking this seriously now. Okay. Hello, Kissa. Hello. I know you're lurking. Alrighty. Alright, let's see. Let's do this. He was stabbed.
Ouch. I didn't really know him that well. I'm trying to remember what I was doing on Valentine's Day now.
You didn't
shy, and then less so. When I told him about my problem, he told me to set fire to it.
God. Okay. What was your problem?
When you see a painting, it stands still. When I see one, it's moving, like a mini film, like little vines. But when there's a person in the painting...
You set a person on fire? Ooh. This is not it. In the painting.
They watch me, normally disapprovingly.
Probably because you're setting them on fire.
Because they don't think I know how to appreciate art, because I'm too young.
You look like you're 30, at least. Maybe no higher than 34. Do you appreciate art?
Yes, of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be working in an art gallery. I love art. I love paintings. Like I said, they move for me.
I think they're called movies, sweetheart. You go to the movie theater and you go and watch a picture move. It's called a movie. She doesn't understand. Blondes. No, I'm just kidding. Oh God. She's probably looking at that painting back there going, oh, it's moving for me. My. Alright, what was I doing again? Oh, how do they move?
When I want them to, normally. When I want to really get inside what's going on. But some paintings, I can't stop.
Maybe she's looking at a GIF file. What? Paintings. Is LT awake right now, Kissa? Just out of curiosity. Just kind of curious if Kat's awake too. So I haven't even said hi to her at all this weekend. Feels bad, man. What paintings can you stop?
I've been working on portraits, at home, outside work. But my paintings aren't so good. Nowhere near Providence standard. I painted a man, Dorian. You know, after Dorian Gray.
Or, you know, Dorian the hurricane that just recently passed here 2 weeks ago. That's kind of inconvenient. I mean, that's kind of convenient that, she mentions Dorian. What? Am I mute? I'm not mute, am I? No, I'm not. Okay, good. What happened to Dorian?
I wanted to try and capture someone aging, so I divided the face into thirds and painted a boy, his father, and his grandfather in each third. It was hideous. And it started talking to me.
Okay, time to set this woman into the crazy bin, the loony bin, the funny farm, as you say, as you could say. It's like I'm humoring her. What did Dorian say?
That I'm ugly, that I have no talent, nothing will become of me. Is that true, Doctor?
No, that is not true.
I hear it so many times in that wretched painting. It's in my head. But thank you.
She's cute, yeah, I'll admit that. What did Dr. Dekker tell you to set fire to?
Yeah, he could have been more specific. I tried to set fire to Providence.
Oh boy.
At that time, I thought the only way to fix my problem was to set fire to the entire art gallery. Several paintings didn't make it. Luckily, my boss didn't press charges. The police did arrest me, though.
You were arrested?
My boss, Petra, she's just lovely like that.
Wow.
Providence has gone through some tough times, and I've only been there a year. She invested her life savings, and it's still not making any money. Such a sweet lady. You'd do anything for her.
You heard that, right, Kissa? Isn't that a coincidence, huh? Did you set fire so she could claim insurance?
No. Why are you saying that? I don't even know if Petra has insurance.
But you'd do anything for Petra.
Dr. Dekker told me to burn it. There's nothing to do with Petra.
Did you
already ripped up the painting. It screamed as I cut it. And now whenever I close my eyes, I can see it, hear it. I need the tablets, Doctor. I need them.
What tab? Let's...
The temazepam, the sleeping tablets. The ones you gave me last time.
Why do you want the... or why do you want TEMEC?
Dr. Dekker gave them to me. They help. I know it's in my head. I know paintings can't talk. What's wrong with me, Doctor? Why do I do this?
It is all in your head.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll think about that. Do you have a prescription, please?
She seems like somebody who could be a junkie, but she looks clean. Maybe she sells it? Where were you on Valentine's Day?
We had a display in the gallery based on Love Conquers All, so I had to work. Mainly it was a collection of giant hearts sat on things, but I ran into another patient, Bryce. I'd never really spoken with him before, but he's quite an art critic. I couldn't get rid of him until I finished work at 11. There's actually another guy who takes over on the night shift. I'm not sure if he kept talking to Bryce though. Providence is open 24 hours.
I'm gonna see if this works. Who takes the late shift?
No, sorry.
Okay. You spoke to Bryce?
There's not much to tell. I knew he was a patient here. I'd seen him in the waiting room a couple of times. He likes art and talking and looking down here instead of up here.
Can you blame him? And then I just lost my license, fired, etc., etc. I'm just kidding. Okay. Let's see if this is a thing I can do.
That's not something I know about.
You work in art and you don't know the Mona Lisa. Giving the game a cold stare. Anyway, I guess I'm going to be talking to Brace next.
There's something I want to tell you about. Something else that's wrong with me. I think I've been getting a bit out of control in my hour.
Okay. gonna say, I hear you talked to Jasmine.
Nope.
Okay. Whatever. How are you?
There's something I...
Okay. How are you out of control?
When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move. Because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen? Go to a fairground?
Fairground?
That was just an example, Doctor. I'm sure you can come up with more exciting things to do than that. Moving things around and hiding things was amusing at first, when everyone was frozen. Some people would faint when things appeared from mid-air. Others would cry. Others just thought that it was there all the time and that their mind was playing tricks on them. It got boring fast, though.
What did you do? See what he reacts to that.
Not something I know of.
What did you do in that hour?
Sorry, Doctor, I dozed off there.
Did you spy on any
Well, that makes me feel a little better. There's a young mother, divorced, who lives opposite me. Jessica. She's friendly and says hello to me, smiles. I've always wondered what she looks like naked.
Oh,
So one
yeah.
hour, I broke into her house. She was standing in her bedroom. I took it as a sign. I took off her clothes and...
You can't just end the conversation there. Good grief. What did you do to Jessica?
I took photos of Jessica when she was naked. When I'd stripped her. When she was naked and frozen. I didn't want to have to do it again, to strip her again. So I took pictures to remind myself what she looked like. That's wrong, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes. It's wrong.
I know. It's that bloody Dr. Dekker. He made me this way. It's all his fault.
Tell me about Dr. Dekker.
I dug the grave for Dr. Dekker. I helped carry his coffin to the burial site. Do you know what? It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it. Why do you think that is?
What is Dr. Dekker's fault?
Like I said, I originally presented with depression, and everything was going well for a while. Then Dr. Dekker changed.
How did Dr. Dekker change?
He was easily distracted during sessions, like he wasn't listening. I'm pretty sure he wasn't listening half the time. I don't think he wanted to know about his patients anymore. But when he did give you advice,
What advice did he give?
he told me to use my imagination, to make something up, to think something crazy, and it would become real. He told me to think of a way to get more time. So I did. But he pushed me. He made me think it.
He told you to use your imagination?
Thinking I had an extra hour at the end of each day did become real for me, Doc. Maybe Dekker was a genie, and he could grant wishes. Maybe he wished himself dead. I don't know.
What was Dr. Dekker distracted by?
Therapists are supposed to help you. For whatever reason, Dr. Dekker had given up the desire to cure my mind, and instead wanted to make me more unstable.
Where are the photos now?
I can't delete them. I don't know why. I haven't shown them to anyone else. Do you want to see them, Doctor?
No, I don't want to see them.
No, of course you don't. It's just me. I'm the sick one. I did think, what good could I do, other than catch up with work? I did see a woman who was having her purse snatched, so I gave her purse back, and the crook, I placed him on a bus a few blocks away. I have no idea where it was going. She'd never really be able to thank me, so I took another picture.
Another picture?
I took a picture after undressing her. I put her clothes back on before time resumed. To be honest, there wasn't much to take off and put on. Do you know what kind of girls walk around at midnight, Dekker?
How can I answer this one? Oh my. What was that last thing?
I took a picture after undressing her. I put her clothes back on before time resumed. To be honest, there wasn't much to take off and put on. Do you know what kind of girls walk around at midnight, Dekker? No. I don't really know about that.
Okay, I guess I can't answer that.
I don't think you would, Doctor. I don't think I would.
Bronze trophy achieved mind games. Okay. Maybe I would break stuff.
Yes, I suppose I've destroyed a few things whilst in the hour. You can be the perfect supervillain. Nobody knows it was you.
You said you lived alone.
I have no idea what you want me to say.
You said you live alone.
I live on my own. Occasionally I visit my father. He's in sheltered housing. Dementia.
What was in the coffin?
No, the coffin wasn't empty. There was something in it. A decoy, I'd imagine.
What kind of decoy?
I'm guessing he was buried somewhere else, or cremated. Somebody somewhere didn't want his body going in the ground. Do you want to be cremated or buried, Doctor?
Jeez, I never even really thought of that. Put cremated.
That's a good choice, Doctor. Less work for me. I'm a bit of a professional at this grave-filling business, Doctor. I know a decoy coffin when I handle one.
Have you seen anybody come back from the dead?
When you work in a graveyard, you see a lot of strange things. I'm not sure if they're real, or whether I think they're real, or which is worse.
What? What strange things have you seen?
You're laughing at me, aren't you? I said I wasn't sure if they were real.
Can you see something behind me?
Possibly a relative of yours. Possibly a patient that died here. I'm not sure. She doesn't normally say anything.
What does she look like?
I don't know.
Okay. Why didn't you stop seeing Dr. Dekker?
Because you have to hope, don't you, Doctor? It's only the power of hindsight that made me realize how toxic
Registrar.
it all was.
Silver trophy
And after a
achieved.
point, you go too far to be able to come back anyway.
Where were you on Valentine's Day?
I spent most of Valentine's Day at the art gallery, well, the evening part anyway. They had a display with the theme Love Conquers All. I didn't get most of the painting, but they were well done.
Okay. Let's go with... Let's go with Ellen again. how are you?
I haven't had a great day, to be honest. Someone accused me of stealing from my patients, which I would never do. Plus, Hilda's getting worse.
Who accused you of stealing?
Of course, it was Terry that accused me of stealing. One of the other nurses. She's trying to make out that I'm some kind of HSK. Healthcare serial killer. You know, like those nurses that kill loads of their patients. I suppose you haven't heard of it. Anyway, because a few of my patients have died on me, and some of those patients have given me gifts, Terry thinks it means that I've been killing them off.
Wow. What does Terry think you stole?
This? Well, it started with this. It's a locket. Alice, one of my patients, gave it to me before she died.
Who was Alice?
Alice was one of my favourites. She never held back, spoke her mind about everything. But she had a wicked sense of humour.
Why were you given the locket?
It was the one thing she held on to right until the end. Her most treasured possession. She said she wanted me to have it. You don't argue with a dying person's last wishes.
What else has patience given you? It's not what I wanted. There we go.
I have a few other things. A watch, a ring. One patient gave me a little china bird. They're not valuable, just trinkets, really.
They are all trinkets.
Strictly speaking, all of the patient's belongings should be passed on to family members after they die. But Alice's son never visited. He didn't care about his mum. Why would he care about some worthless piece of jewellery? It just doesn't feel right to me. What do you think, Doctor? Am I wrong to keep the locket?
No, it's not wrong.
Thank you, Doctor. That makes me feel much better. I shouldn't let what Terry says bother me so much.
How is Hilda?
Hilda's the one I mentioned in our last session. She's dying. I can tell. I need to see her before it's too late.
Why do you need to see her?
not really important. Ask me something else.
Why do you need to see her?
Help her finish her unfinished business. People who are dying always have things they wish they could do before they go. We leave a lot of loose ends in our lives. We're very messy that way.
What loose ends do we leave?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't think I have any loose ends. I don't know what that says about me.
Why do you say we're messy?
Dr. Dekker almost certainly had unfinished business. He didn't know he was going to die. But it's too late now. That's why I have to help Hilda while I can.
Hold on a moment, hold on. Go back to Bryce for a moment. Have you killed anyone?
I don't have anything to say to that.
Kind of figured that. Just checking. What do you mean by unfinished?
Hilda wants to see her daughter. She's in Australia, so I'm going to have to use my talent.
What is your talent?
I can change my skin. What I look like. I can turn into a patient's loved one. I just hold their hand and ask them to imagine that the person they want to see is sitting right here next to them, and I become them. It's how I help them move on. That's how I comfort them.
How does it comfort them?
I only shift at work to help my patients. I don't have any interest in using it as a party trick or to deceive anyone. I don't think I'm deceiving my patients when I shift. I'm helping them.
How can you change your skin?
know how it works. I just know that it does.
Does it hurt when you become them?
No, it doesn't hurt at all. I don't think it's a physical thing. I don't think my body actually changes. I think it's more like an illusion, like my energy changes or something.
No. There we go. What do you mean by your energy?
It just sort of fades when I let go of their hand. Obviously, I can't see myself, but I feel it leave me, if you get what I mean.
You have to hold their hand.
It only lasts for as long as I'm holding the hand. I think it needs that connection.
Has anyone seen you shift?
I've shifted a few times now. I honestly couldn't tell you how many.
How do you know? Hilda's dying.
I can sense it, you know? It's like when you're outside and there's a sudden change in the light or the air feels different and you know it's going to rain. It's like that. I always know when one of my patients is fading, even before the doctors know. Their energy changes. It sounds silly when I put it into words. I sound like my mum.
What did you do on Valentine's Day?
Actually, I had a hot date. It wasn't anything serious, just some guy I know. But it was a nice date, different to what I'm used to.
What are you used to?
I think we've got a bit off track. Maybe you should check your...
What are you used to?
I feel like you're asking me questions about something I don't know anything.
Whatever. Just some guy.
His name is Max. He's really sweet, but I don't see a future between us. He's not really my type.
Who is Max?
I've known Max a couple of years, but this is the first time we've been on a date. I don't think he's boyfriend material.
I thought you weren't looking for love.
I didn't lie. I'm really not interested in dating anyone. I just went out with Max as a favour, for a friend. Like I said, it wasn't anything serious.
What friend?
I don't know. Are you happy, Doctor?
Yes, I am happy.
You seem happy. You have a very positive energy.
How was your date different to what you're used to?
It was very traditional, old-fashioned, you know? Dinner at a nice restaurant. Then we went for a little walk along the pier. Held hands, had a bit of a kiss. Then he called a cab and I went home, alone.
Cool. What did you say about your mom?
My mum's a nightmare. I said she was into all this new age stuff, right? So she thinks she can tell me what I should be doing all the time because she got a message from her spirit guide that said I'm not eating well, I'm not getting enough sleep, or I'm not looking after my inner moonbeam or whatever. It drives me nuts. But she's my mum. I love her, so I have to take it.
Did you see Dr. Dekker?
Yes, I had a session with Dr. Dekker on Valentine's Day. 3 o'clock, I think. Just a few hours later, he was... I still can't get over it.
How was Dr. Dekker on Valentine's Day?
Dr. Dekker seemed fine on Valentine's Day. He seemed to be in a good mood. It didn't seem like anything was bothering him.
Another seat's covered. Okay. Dr. Dekker was in a good mood.
We talked about families, I think. Our mums. I probably spent far too much time talking to Dr. Dekker about my mum.
What did Dr.
Sounds like Dekker and his mum had a few issues. That's what I liked about Dr. Dekker. It wasn't just him asking me questions and analysing me. He talked about himself as well.
Okay. Dekker and his mum had a few issues.
I'm not sure I should talk about that. Aren't I breaking some reverse patient-therapist confidentiality? Sorry, no.
No, you're not breaking Dr. Silver trophy achieved. Part-timer. Maybe it's because I've been going on for 3 hours now. No, you're not breaking Dr. Confidential. Okay. I wonder.
I'm not sure I should talk about that. Aren't I breaking some reverse patient-therapist confidentiality?
You went home by cab.
I think it was about 11 when I left Max. I'm sure you could check with the taxi company if you really wanted to, if you think I need an alibi.
What did he say about himself? What?
Mainly he talked about being a therapist. Said he had a few patients like me, you know, with special gifts. He said not all of them were as enlightened as me.
Why did he say you were enlightened?
Oh, you know, I know what I can do is special. I see it as a good thing. But apparently some of his other patients saw their abilities as a curse. Dr. Dekker hated that. He said he wished they could all be more like me.
Did you ever date Dr. Dekker?
No. I didn't go on a date with Dr. Dekker. He's my therapist. It would just be wrong.
Okay. Let's go with Claire, shall we? How are you?
It's the anniversary of my parents' death today. I went to the lake house. I always go to the lake house anyway, but it's also where they died.
That's not creepy at all. But then again, I guess if somebody dies in their own home, you know, kids of that person have to go in there anyway, or maybe a husband or other family members of that person. If not, then I don't know. Anyway, when did your parents die?
It was 12 years ago. I was still very young. Too young to be an orphan anyway. I had to toughen up quickly.
Why did you have to toughen up?
I was a young woman in possession of an enormous fortune. Lots of people, lots of men, saw that as an opportunity.
And opportunity for what?
Some tried to seduce me. Some thought I wanted a new daddy. Most of them were the same age as my parents. And yet I'm the one here talking to you.
You inherited an enormous fortune?
Yes, money. Everybody wants it. But what use is it really? Look at me. Am I happy? Am I loved? Am I living?
You went to the lake house?
I stood for a while, looking across the water. It's peaceful there. It's the place that makes me feel nice. There was a girl there, by the lake, only about 9, 10. She was fishing, if you can call it that, with one of those nets on a stick.
Did you talk to a girl?
I don't know why I talked to her. She looked sad. I don't usually talk to children. But she seems different, special. I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't I, Doctor?
It's like they're asking for my permission. That or being smart.
Good. It felt nice. I felt like I was being nice. I felt human. So I can find her and talk to her again, Doctor.
Yes, you can talk to her.
Good. It felt nice.
Oh.
I felt like I was
promise you can't talk to her again.
Then I will. I'll look for her next time I'm there.
Where did the little girl come from?
She lives on the other side of the lake. She must be new. I haven't seen her there before.
Wait, what?
She lives on the other side of the lake. She must be new. I haven't seen her there before.
How was the little girl?
I don't know why I talked to her. She looked sad. I don't usually talk to children.
Oh yes, yeah. Sad. Why did she seem sad? Why did she seem sad?
David had been hunting again, and, well, she's seen some of the skins he hung around the lake house.
Skins?
Animal skins. David hunts them skins. It's horrible, really. He's not really good at either job, so the skins still have great lumps of bloody carcass hanging off them. I'm sure he'll get better with practice.
How is David?
David wasn't there. Or at least I didn't see him. I didn't go inside. I forgot my key, and the spare was missing.
The spare key was missing.
I'm sure I had a spare key for the lake house, but I can't find it anymore. I don't really need one if David is around.
How did the little girl seem different?
I don't know. I suppose she just reminded me of me. I spent a lot of time alone as a child. She said she was trying to catch some strange creature that she's seen in the water.
She saw a strange creature in the water.
I don't know. Minnows, probably. Everything's strange when you're a child.
How did your parents die?
They died of carbon monoxide poisoning. I was staying at a friend's house. Otherwise, I would have died.
reached
I
him
can't
with.
remember my friend's name. She was a girl from my school. Vicky, Charlotte. It's not really important.
Where did the carbon monoxide come from?
I'm not sure. It was a faulty boiler, I think.
Did you kill your parents?
Do you think I killed my parents?
No, I don't think you killed your parents.
It's okay if you think I killed him. You wouldn't be the first to draw that conclusion. People can be so cynical. I'm used to it.
Were you close to your parents?
Yes, I loved my parents very much. They were very good parents. It was hard letting them go.
When did you meet David?
Met isn't the right word. David has always been there, in the shadows, on the periphery. I move in very exclusive circles. You tend to see the same faces.
What? Exclusive circles. Do you move in?
I don't move in any circles anymore. Those people were my parents' friends, not mine.
Do you love David?
Love? Yes. I suppose I always will.
Who were your parents' friends?
I've known David forever. It seems like he's always been in my life, one way or another. It was a family friend. It's different now, of course, to when I first met him. I felt like he was protecting me then, watching over me. Nothing could hurt me when he was there.
Where were you on Valentine's Day?
The day Dr. Dekker was killed, I had a session with him in the morning at my usual time, 11 o'clock. That was the last time I saw him.
How did Dr. Dekker see?
Dr. Dekker was more animated that day. Excited even. He talked a lot.
What was he excited about?
Instead of his usual sarcasm and rebuttals, he seemed genuinely excited. Presumably he had a date.
What happened in your last session with Dr. Dekker?
Dr. Dekker made me an offer that I couldn't refuse. I'll be taking it to the grave with me, though. After tea.
Interesting. What did you do Valentine's Day night?
Valentine's Day night, I was at the lake house, watching David, like I always do.
Why were you watching David?
He has trouble with his mental faculties and he's getting worse. Yes. I'll watch him and make sure nothing bad happens.
Let's see. Let's talk to Nathan, shall we? How are you?
Hello again, Doctor. I had a bit of a shaky loop incident, but let's not talk about it. Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I instantly regretted it. And lo and behold, here we are, a new day. Hannah's clothes are a pile of ashes.
Why did you set fire to Hannah's clothing?
I've kept almost all of her stuff as she left it. Just the clothes. I decided to burn those yesterday, so here I am. Hannah loved clothes. Every season, she'd donate her entire wardrobe to some charity or another, and only buy stuff she loved. I was left with winter. I don't even know what her favourite season was. Does it matter? What's your favourite season, Doctor?
I love winter.
If you like winter, you're supposed to be hard-working and analytical. I suppose that increases my chances of you curing my problem. I don't think winter was Hannah's favourite season. Not colourful enough.
What is your favorite season? Season.
I like winter. Being snowed in with Hannah, just the two of us. It's paradise.
Tell me more.
Dr. Dekker felt that Hannah was holding me back. The memories of Hannah. In his opinion, I was holding on to the past. So I guess he cursed me. That's even a thing.
Cursed you?
Yes, Dr. Dekker cursed me. I don't really want to talk about it, but let's just say I blame him for the way I am. Can you give me some advice, Doctor?
Oh crap, I think I might have skipped that. I did press triangle, so...
I've been trying to think how I can get past today. I've come up with a couple of choices. I could set fire to Hannah's photographs. I've got them in Dropbox anyway. Setting fire to the clothes did the trick. Or setting fire to a rocking chair. She sounds like an old lady, but she loved that rocking chair, which I've not sat in since. Which one do you think's best?
Set fire to the photos.
Photographs it is then. I'll let you know how it goes.
Do you like fire?
I think fire is very primal in terms of energy. Maybe if I burn something, my days will keep rolling. Although I'm not sure you're supposed to encourage arson in these sessions, Doctor.
Did Anna donate a lot to charity?
Anna was forever giving to charity. Her things, her time, our money. I actually suggested a charity that Dr. Dekker mentioned called Mind Stretch Outreach.
What is mind set outreach?
Mind Stretch Outreach arranges programs for gifted children. It's for poor, clever kids who can't afford private education. It's not much of a charity, I guess, but it certainly ends up with a lot of clever people who are thankful to the people running it. Which, in this case, is Dr. Dekker.
Why did Dr. Dekker set up mind set outreach?
I think Dr. Dekker set up Mind Stretch Outreach so that he could influence the minds of children at an early age, getting them to believe they could be anything they wanted to be. Since his death, it's been disbanded. No more minions of Dr. Dekker.
Dr. Dekker had minions.
Just felt like he was growing this child army of intelligentsia.
Did Hannah meet Dr. Dekker?
Hannah never met Dr. Dekker. She did donate to his charity once, though. I was at Henley Church on Valentine's Day, visiting Hannah's grave. It's the anniversary of her death. Her parents wanted a huge funeral with all the trimmings. Hannah would never have come for it. It does give me somewhere to visit. I got to write the epitaph.
What did you say in the epitaph?
We walk alone without our angel.
Do you feel like you walk alone?
I've been alone since Hannah. I can't imagine anyone ever replacing her. Not that I've looked. Do you think I should look for someone else?
Yes. I think you should look for someone else.
Okay, fine. I'll try. I'm not really sure what I'm looking for, though. Just sign up to Tinder and start swiping. Maybe it's just company I'm missing. But I don't really want any.
Do you think Hannah is an angel?
I'm not religious, but when I wrote Hannah's epitaph, I knew her parents would want some acknowledgement of the great bearded one. But she was an angel to me. She was an angel to everyone.
Where were you on Valentine's night?
I left Henley Church about 11 o'clock on Valentine's Day. I was talking to an archaeologist who said that they uncovered some fossils resembling a strange cephalopod-like creature. Strange place to find an octopus, really. What? Do you think I've got something to do with Dr. Dekker's murder? Maybe you should ask your assistant who Dekker saw that day.
Maybe I should check Ellen's alibi with the tool. Okay, interesting. They found
It's a sea creature, like an octopus. I suppose they find dinosaur bones everywhere. Just because we're on land now doesn't mean millions of years ago this place wasn't at the bottom of an ocean. It's a sea creature, like an octopus. I suppose they find dinosaur bones everywhere. Just because we're on land now doesn't mean millions of years ago this place wasn't at the bottom of an ocean.
yeah, doubt that, but anyway.
It was a missed call. It was Valentine's Day, so I wasn't in the mood for conversation.
Tell me about your
dead. Thanks for bringing that up.
How did your mother die?
She stopped breathing. I don't know. I was 6. Something to do with her lungs.
Okay, then. And now let us talk to our favorite person who winds up on the beach naked. Yes, you sexy, sexy beast. Mariana. How are you, lovely? How are you, love?
I haven't been back to the beach since our last session, and no blackouts, new doctor, and new hope. You're much better behaved than Dr. Dekker.
Even though I just called you love, but whatever. New hope for what?
A hope for a cure, of course.
You want a cure?
I want to stop having blackouts. I want to be able to remember. I want you to fix me.
Oh, I'll fix you. You said I'm better behaved.
Dr. Dekker dated his patients. That's not good behavior, is it?
Ooh, who did Dr. Dekker date?
He went out for drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a breach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be.
I don't know if I should be turned on right now or if I should be worried that you're going to kill me. I thought you said you didn't drink.
I don't drink, only sometimes, like a social drinker. Like a social smoker, they don't smoke either.
Yeah, that makes no damn sense. He dated his
I think her name was Scarlett? One of his patients, an older woman. I guess that's how he liked them.
Ooh, do I sense jealousy?
It's Scarlet with 2 T's. Pretentious.
Said you haven't been back to the beach.
I
I haven't been back to the beach since our last session. Kind of missed it.
Why do you miss it?
You do something a lot, you're gonna miss it. I suspect I'll go back there soon, but it's helped with the blackouts.
Have you been dancing?
I've danced around in my living room, but no clubs since last time. I like dancing around in my underwear. Sometimes less.
Okay, session's over. I need a cold shower. God damn this woman. Woo! And she's a redhead.
Doctor, I don't think our relationship has got to that point yet.
Please, 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 please. Anyway. Alright, what did you do on Valentine's Day?
I was with Dr. Dekker until about 9 o'clock. I remember getting an Uber. It was expensive, and the driver was annoying. I saw one of your patients, actually, the nurse, when we drove by the pier. She was with someone. I don't think she saw me.
Interesting. Tell me more about Dr. Dekker.
We went out for drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a breach of something or the...
Oh yeah, right. A breach of what?
like a breach of ethics or something. Girl doesn't ask for details.
You went out for drinks.
It was Valentine's Day. I drink on special occasions.
She kind of looks like she would be the type of person who would play a very good vampire in a movie. Anyway. Isn't drinks a date?
Dr. Dekker did date his patients. Not me, I'd never agree. A drink is not a date.
I see you give me those bedroom eyes. Anyway. How many times did you go out with Dr. Dekker?
We only went out for drinks that one time.
Were you dating Dr. Dekker?
People are quick to put labels on everything. I suppose Dr. Dekker was more than just a therapist to me.
We had a lot of things in common, but we weren't seeing each other.
Are you seeing someone else?
I'm not seeing anyone at the moment. Are you offering, Doctor?
Oh man, I want to play the good doctor, but so I want to say no, but but I want to full-heartedly say yes. I'm gonna say yes.
Well, you have my number, Doctor, and my address. I'm sure you can put 2 and 2 together if you want to.
I'm in love. I'm in love. How was Dr. Dekker that night?
We went out for drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a breach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be.
You said you could be. Is that the PRSU?
I know, it's pretty hard to believe, isn't it?
No.
I feel pretty ugly. But I think I have a nice smile.
She's fishing for compliments, but anyway.
Lots of people find me attractive, but I've seen something truly beautiful. It makes me feel dull by comparison.
What? Have you seen that is truly BEAUTIFUL?
I have a recurring dream where I find something beautiful in the sea.
Are you a siren?
But I don't know you that well yet, Doctor. Let's wait a while before I tell you my most intimate secrets.
Sorry to cut in, Doctor. I've just had a
God
phone call
damn,
from
that
a
scared me.
solicitor. Ben's trying to sue us for nervous shock. Should I go and see him to talk it out, or should I find a solicitor to represent us? Sorry to be pushy, I just think we should act quickly before it's too late. Well, just let me know.
I looked away for a moment, and I hear, and then I look over to my right, and I'm like, what the heck was that? And I just see her with wide eyes and on the screen. I'm like, good grief, what the frig?
Wouldn't you like to know? Is our session up now?
What mood was Dr. Dekker in?
We went out for drinks.
Is this here for, questions? Dr. Dekker was acting strange, so...
We went out for Valentine's Day. Neither of us had dates, so I just suggested we go out together. Rather than just sit in with nothing to do. We've been acting a bit strange anyway. I thought we could do with a break.
Dr. Dekker was acting strange.
For a lot of our sessions, he would be pretty impartial.
Committed. Silver trophy achieved.
Passive listener. But towards the end, he liked interfering. Like, he wanted to push me over the edge.
What do you mean? Enter. Interfere, ing.
I'm not sure how this therapy thing works, but if you're talking to a guy who wants to jump off a cliff, don't tell him to jump.
He told you to jump off a cliff.
It's just an example. I'm not a guy. I don't want to jump off a cliff. I have no idea. I just went home. I guess he probably came back here if that's where they found him. Yeah, the Uber driver also fished down by the sea. He said he'd seen me lots of times after I washed up. And he told me that I had a great body. Just wanted to get home.
Yeah, Uber drivers are known to be creepy to women.
I don't know anything else about the driver. I've forgotten him already.
What did Dekker push you to do?
Just felt like I had some kind of special power. And part of me wanted to use it. And he urged me to do that. I don't want to say any more about it, not now.
You thought you had a special power?
I'm a shape-shifting vampire werewolf. I said I didn't want to talk about it. What is it you're thinking about when you're not listening to me?
Are you cold?
It's a bit chilly in here. The leather's not warm either.
She looks fine in that dress, I'll tell you. Do you want to go on a date?
No, Liz.
Guess not. There's a thing here that says mic button.
Yeah, leave the button undone.
Okay. About that. So we got a yellow light for him. Green, 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 yellow, green, yellow, red. Oh, it's Jaya. Oh, okay. What can I ask you, Jaya? How are you?
Hey, you. Thanks for helping me with this grief thing. I'm not sure I have it, though.
You aren't grieving?
I don't really know where to start. I feel a bit numb. Maybe we should just talk about him.
Why do you feel numb?
It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. A good listener, as I suppose you'd need to be. His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you've fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. He used to work late with me and tell me things about the patients, things that I probably shouldn't have heard, but did. What do you think of the patients? Nah, perhaps you shouldn't say. You can ask me. Go on, I'll tell you what I think.
Doesn't that breach confidentiality?
Oh, don't be such a... It's just between us two.
Who? I know there's a list of questions that I can ask, like, what do you think of this person? And, you know, enter name there, game, you know, whatever. I'm gonna see what it shows for questions.
So, should I get a solicitor, or shall we try and talk it out with him?
get so well, I see.
I think we should get a solicitor. I know the perfect firm. I'll do it all. Don't worry about it. And that's why we've got insurance for these kinds of things anyway. But the cheek of it. On Valentine's Day, Dr. Dekker had a session with Claire Castleford at 11 and that nurse, Elin, at 3. Everyone else cancelled. You should see this place Christmas Eve. I was at home though, so I don't actually know who came in. Dr. Dekker did phone and ask me for Nathan's number, which is a bit strange.
What was the name of that character? Was it Ellen? I think it was Ellen. Can you check Ellen's alibi with the cab firm?
One step ahead of you, boss. Elin was picked up from the pier just after 11 p.m. There is no way she could have got from there to here in an hour.
Who did Dr. Dekker see Valentine? No, I already asked that. Let's see what we got from questions.
We'd worked late together on all sorts of things. He was preoccupied with finding patterns in patients, trying to find some kind of order.
Let's see.
Mainly he was searching for a common experience the patients might have had. That's what led them to his office. He'd study everything, even the referral letters. Yes, letters, parking tickets, holiday destinations. I'll find those referral letters. He was sure there was a pattern in them.
Did Dekker call Nathan? Yeah, I already know that. Why would it be in the thing now? So weird. I mean, I guess I can ask these questions, but I feel like that would make me a bad person in a sense. Let's go with Bryce.
I think Bryce has a lot of misdirected anger. I don't think I like him that much. You know, sometimes when things overrun, he's outside waiting for you, and he stares at me as if he's undressing me with his eyes. You know, he's not the first person that's done that, but still, you know, it feels worse coming from him. Elin seems like a lovely person. I'm not really sure why she's here. Oh, I just want to cuddle Nathan all up. He's such a mess. He's always in the same clothes. You know, he barely talks to me though. It's the same hello every time. He reminds me of Tom.
Who is Tom?
Tom was a quiet mess, like Nathan. Youngish, in his early 20s. He taught piano, but he did have a strange hobby.
What was his strange hobby?
Tom liked to base jump. That's basically falling from a huge building or mountain and pulling your parachute before you hit the ground. He started to think he could fly. Dr. Dekker tried to talk him out of it, but Tom had to prove his point. So one day, Tom decided to base jump without a parachute. Can you guess what happened?
I guess Tom died.
He did die. He was hit by a rock from further up the mountain. He never got to fly. Nathan thinks he knows what his problem is too, but if he's not careful, he'll get hit by that rock. I wish I'd said goodbye.
Did you say goodbye to Dr. Dekker?
I wish I'd said goodbye to Dr. Dekker. It was so sudden. Here, then gone. He resigned anyway, but that's not the same, is it? Dr. Dekker resigned shortly before his murder. It's sad, but doctors come and go and only poor Jaya remains. I've got his resignation letter somewhere. You know, I do all the hiring and firing around here. Well,
And it's added Dekker's
Professor Willoughby and the
resignation.
trust technically do that. Claire seems to be shaken by something. You know, I offer her drinks every time she comes in, but she always refuses them. It's as if she just wants to come in, get her session over with, and then run off to do something else. It's a bit rude, isn't it?
Sure.
Professor Alderby is a trustee. Did I not mention that?
Trust. Without the U?
I think I'm going to get into trouble now. Have you ever heard of secret shoppers? Well, Professor Alderby posed as a patient to test Dr. Dekker. It's just a thing that he does. I'm sure he'll come and visit you at some stage, so please play along. Mariana is a special girl. You know, there's something about her that just makes you want to follow her. Maybe that's what a trendsetter looks like. was cuddling him like he was 6. He's 25. Most of the patients are suspects, according to the police. Almost all the patients are referred, and some of them are privates, but Dr. Dekker didn't introduce any of them.
Who or what is Cthulhu? Why? Like, I heard, like, I read somewhere that this was like a Lovecraftian game. So, I don't know why Cthulhu plays a part in this.
So you watched the tapes. Ah, gold star for you. It's smashed.
Why did he test Dr. Dekker?
Test is the wrong word. More like gently guide. Professor Alderby had a lot of good advice to offer the young psychiatrists. He really helps them focus on where the problems are.
Crap. Why will you get into trouble?
This practice is owned by a trust. They make all the money and leave me to make all the decisions, which generally means making lots of money. I headhunted Dr. Dekker. And you?
You head-hunted us?
I've recruited the last 5 doctors since I've been here. Now I've got a flair for recognizing the extraordinary. Both you and Dr. Dekker were extraordinary.
How are we?
Both Cambridge graduates, both top of the class, both pliable, obedient slaves to my every whim. No, that last one's more of a hope than a must-have attribute.
Do you believe what Alderby said about chaos?
Nobody likes chaos, Doctor. We're supposed to be restoring order, don't you think?
What do you think of Alderby's stance on gods?
Everyone has to believe in something, don't they, Doctor?
Did you and Dekker often work late?
I hadn't even...
Oh, okay, never mind. What patterns was he looking for? I don't think I asked that. What? P-A-T-T-R and was he looking
Mainly he was searching.
Well, yeah, we're done that. Okay. Alright. Next day it is.
Hunts,
I can change my skin.
then skins.
Dr. Dekker dated his patients. I had a hot date. We went out for drinks.
I took photos of Jessica.
Dr. Dekker did phone
On Valentine's Day.
to ask me for Nathan's number.
There was a girl there.
Am I wrong to keep them up?
I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't
He
I?
was preoccupied with finding
Photographs,
patterns.
rocking chair.
I haven't been back to the beach since.
I had a bit of a shaky loop incident.
Where I find something
I set fire
beautiful in the sea.
to Hannah's clothes in the garden.
I dug the grave.
I wish I'd said goodbye.
Dr. Dekker cursed me.
It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it.
Oh, Doctor, you surprised me. Reminds me of Officer Yates. Did I ever mention I had a special friend in the police force?
Nope.
It's not something you drop politely into a conversation. He's been doing some digging and he's found a couple of things. There's a crime scene report that goes into all the gory details and another report that's about the patient you're seeing
Crime scene
today,
report.
Claire. I'll put them both on the desk for you. And thanks for the grief counselling, by the way. It's really been helping, you know, I'm so glad you're here.
Spiked. Spike doesn't spike drinks? Okay. Alright, I need a bit of a break. So that's Act 2. I still got Act 3, 4, and 5 left to go, and then I am done the game. Yep. Excuse me. Professor Warwick? I wonder if that's that guy undercover. What do we got? The arrest report says Claire killed David. I've underlined something in Oscar about under Price buried David. Wow, Ben. Ask questions about the paper spike. Paper spike? Too much to do today. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna give a little break. I don't know what I'm gonna do after this. Kind of want to continue playing this, really, but holy crap, that whole act, me typing out all those questions, except for the end there where I selected a few, just took so long. Like, that took over 2 hours, I believe. Let's see what... Yeah, that's a good job. Good job there. Let's see... Oh, wait, 1 hour and 41 minutes in? Jeez, I thought it went longer than that. Didn't I start at, like, 10? 30? Yeah, I guess so. Alright. I did say I'd go over 2 hours. So, be right back. Give me a moment. Quick bathroom break and all that such, you know, all that stuff, whatever. And I will... I don't know, whatever. So, stare at lovely Mariana while I'm gone. Ooh, she's wearing a different dress. I like her in the other dress better, though. But she still looks good. Okay, I'm back. Joints in my fingers and my left hand is a little sore. Don't know why, because doing all the typing with my right hand, but my hand's getting a little tired from doing all the typing by controller. I don't know how to use the keyboard on the PS4. I do have some wireless keyboards that I can use to plug in by USB and connect it that way and such, but I don't think it's really worth my time at this point. Plus, I don't know what batteries they take, and I don't know if we have the proper batteries for them, if we even have them at all. I'm not going to check, I'm just going to continue doing it by hand while I was off using the bathroom and getting another drink. I decided I'm going to do all of Act 3 in this playthrough as well, because the last 2 videos were rather, me passing out and all. So I figure, why not? Might as well do it, right? So, oh boy, let's see if we can burn right through this, shall we? And what I mean by burn right through this, I mean go through this as quick as possible, because, yeah, it's not the game. There's nothing wrong with the game. Like yesterday I said maybe the game's boring, it's putting me to sleep. It was the hours. I am very curious of where the story is going. It's just that, what I should have done was do an act per, can't even think. What I should have done was do an act per video, and I didn't do that. Now I'm paying the price, sort of. So, I'm going to do the 3rd act in this video, so I have done 1, 2, and 3 in the first 3 videos, but none the way I wanted it to, but it's better than nothing, right? So, let's do this. We're going to go with Jaya first. Let's see, how are you? How are you?
I'm fine. I'm ready for my grief counselling. I emailed you Mariana's address. I don't know why you'd want it. I suppose you're going to start doing home visits now, like Dr. Dekker? Doctor, if you don't want it, don't text me and ask for it. It's all right. I don't mind doing menial tasks for you. Someone has to do them.
She's on to me. Anyway. Anything else to share about Dr. Dekker?
Some mornings I come into work and still expect him to be here. Sometimes it feels like he actually is here, watching over me. We had a connection. It's gone now, though. You can't have a connection with the dead, can you? Not for too long, anyway.
Creepy. And your dress looks like a rug. Anyway. You had a connection?
Dr. Dekker asked me to have dinner with him for Valentine's. I refused, obviously, because you don't sleep where you eat or something like that. But it was flattering, especially with competition like Mariana around.
Yes, she is a sexy beast, isn't she there, Jaya? You see Mariana as
Sorry, I didn't mean I was competing. I was happy Mariana was going out with him. I didn't want to be romantic with him. We had a stronger connection than that.
What was your strong connection?
Dr. Dekker asked me to have dinner with him for Valentine's. I refused.
Okay, I just said that wrong. What was your stronger connection?
Dr. Dekker and I shared some philosophy. We'd both read The Cult of the Kinetic Mind, and we agreed with a lot of what it said. Have you read that book, Doctor?
No, I have not read the book. Okay, there's a certain sound there that's going, but it's like that in a sense. Not, that's like cat hissing. It's, to me, it almost sounds like a car horn going beep, you know, from like a really, really long distance, and that's all you hear. So I keep like looking at my window, like thinking, like looking at, not out, and I'm like, is that a car? And I keep, it's the sound from the game that keeps throwing me off.
In Cult of the Kinetic Mind, the author suggests that everyone is capable of psychokinesis, and that the cult leaders specifically had these powers that turned their followers into disciples. It's not a fun read, but if you're into psychology, it's a blast.
It sort of sounds like that's what Dr. Dekker was trying to do with some patients. Or maybe all of them? And then also at the same time, last act, they said something about the characters all being... well, okay, the last thing there, Jaya was saying that the reference letters, everything was connected somehow, that there was a connection. But during the opening for Act 3, there was people like saying something about like, oh, I can change skins. Oh, something with skins. Something about skins. And then it was like, oh, hey, I went on a date with, Dr. Dekker. And then somebody else is like, I had a really hot date. So it almost seems like as if like there was like some kind of like connection there. Like, maybe it's getting me doing the same thing with these patients, like, who, like, where's the, like, some of these things have similar connections, maybe that's just me thinking that, I don't know, maybe that's what the game wants me to think, and it's throwing me off, I don't know, but anyway, it's very interesting. What is PSY shit? Psycho. Is that how you spell it? Yes, I see you. K-I. Psychokinesis. There we go.
Psychokinesis is the ability to change the physical world without actually touching it, just by using your mind. It's not just about bending spoons. It covers all sorts of things like telepathy, telekinesis, telesabalas. Shoot me, I'm a Kojak fan.
What is what is telephone?
Like I said, all those cool things are in Cult of the Kinetic Mind, apart from Kojak, obviously. If you ever get a patient who thinks they can change the world with just their mind, then duck, just in case they can. But seriously, do a whole load of shrinking and make them better. Whether you believe in psychokinesis or not, you'll need to figure out your approach with those that do.
What approach should I take?
How do you make people who think they have special powers better? Do you remain passive and support, encourage them, take them away?
You heard say that again.
How do you make people who think they have special powers better? Do you remain passive and support, encourage them, take them away?
I'm gonna go with encourage.
To deepen their affliction? I wouldn't.
Okay. What if I go with passive and sport?
You're overthinking things. You don't need to ask me that.
Okay, take them away.
That's not something I know about.
Whatever. Are you into
Yes, psychology. I think you'll find it's relevant, Doctor.
are PS eyes psychokinetic powers common?
No, not at all in my experience. Dr. Dekker had an unusual number of patients who claimed psychokinesis. Either he'd been specifically looking for them or someone had been sending them.
Someone has been sending them here?
It's entirely possible that someone is targeting this practice with psychokinetic patients. To what end, I don't know. It's no coincidence that most psychokinetic patients are diagnosed as insane, or at least temporarily insane. It's a handy diagnosis if you're facing criminal prosecution, especially if it's for murder.
I wonder what she was doing. What were you doing on? Where were you on Valentine's Day? Oh yeah, wait. I already know that. I forgot about that. Never mind. Herp. Which PATIEN? Which patients has? Oh wait.
Most of the patients you're seeing have claimed some kind of psychokinesis.
Yeah, like
If
stop
you don't think
time.
that's the case, then they just haven't told you yet.
Like one stopping time and, doing stuff to women, undressing them, taking photographs. The other was, Mariana saying that she has, ways to influence people or whatever. What do cult leaders have to do with it?
Followers and disciples have a very strong tie to their cult leaders, almost like they've been brainwashed. The author suggests that this is because they've witnessed some kind of psychokinesis, like pyrokinesis or telekinesis.
Pyrokinesis, that sounds like some setting things on fire at random. With your mind? Because Dr. Dekker was saying use your mind, and then I said, so he told you to use your imagination? Interesting. So you spent Valentine's Day alone?
I was at home on my lonesome, Doctor, like I said before.
And Dr. Dekker was dating Mariana.
I have no idea what they did and when they did it. I'm happy to keep it that way too.
Dr. Dekker did home visits.
Yes, Dr. Dekker started doing home visits for Mariana. He said she couldn't concentrate properly in his office. I hope you're not thinking of doing the same thing. I need you right where I can see you.
Too bad. I'm going to her house. Why do you want me where you can see me? Why do you want me where you can see me?
Checks and balances, Doctor. Somebody needs to be watching the watchman, so to speak. Make sure you're helping, not hindering.
Why couldn't Mariana Khan
Honestly, I think Dr. Dekker had a bit of a crush on Mariana, or vice versa. I'm not really sure. There's some footage from their home sessions if you want to see them.
Ooh. Yes. I want to see the footage.
That was a joke, Doctor. I I guess we found our level.
Damn. Did he visit other patients at home?
No, as far as I know, Mariana was the only patient that Dr. Dekker did home visits for.
How can you tell if I am helping or hindering?
He probably did his fair share of helping and hindering. He was definitely helping in the beginning, but then seemed to lose sight of things.
Why did Dekker lose sight of things?
I think he was so overwhelmed by the patients he was getting. His curiosity just got the better of him. There was a definite turning point.
What was the turning point?
Somewhere around the time Professor Alderby turned up, that seemed to unsettle him. And then we had a flood of extra weird patients. I think it was all too much for him. I think I misjudged him. I hope you deal with it better.
You misjudged him?
There's just a lot of crazy flying around, Doctor. Don't catch any of it.
How is your grief?
Grief is such a strange word if you keep saying it. Grief, grief, grief. It sounds like somebody's being whipped. And you're going to ask me how I feel today? Oops, that was a strange thing to say, wasn't it? Whipped. Am I all whips and chains in the bedroom or dominant in the boardroom? Don't answer that, it's not a question. It's early days for a harassment suit yet. What with Ben's nervous shock already.
Let's see if she responds to this.
Oops, that was a strange thing to say, wasn't it? Whipped. Am I all whips and chains in the bedroom or dominant in the boardroom? Don't answer that, it's not a question. It's early days for a harassment suit yet. What with Ben's nervous shock already.
Yeah. Have you heard from Ben Stein? I'm just gonna. Have you heard from Ben?
I think that's all settled now. We are agreeing to pay Ben £5,000 and he's agreeing not to say anything about what he saw.
Okay. What did he see?
He thought he saw a creature coming out of Dr. Dekker's mouth. But at least that's the reason he's given for not emptying the bins that night. Either way, it's not the kind of publicity that we need. Shiny, happy, sane people.
Okay. I'm typing this as a question. I didn't even read the report, but...
It's in that police report that I gave to you. You should really take a look at it.
What do you know about Dr. Dekker's mother?
Dr. Dekker did send me to see his mother once. She was dying in a nursing home and he didn't want to see her. I remember him calling her a manipulative, evil old hag. I tend not to ask any more questions after that.
Do you talk to Nathan?
I didn't really speak to Nathan that much at all, but I have this strange feeling that I know him really well. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Interesting. Alright, let's go with Bryce, shall we? Actually, no, let's go with Professor Warwick. Since he's new.
Professor Warwick, I'm a physicist. Where's Dr. Dekker?
Dr. Dekker is dead.
Is he really? Actually dead? Not a worthy adversary after all, then.
The way he said that was kind of weird, but you know, whatever. He was an adversary.
Dr. Dekker challenged me. He tried to use my theories against me. Quantum theories.
What are your quantum theories?
Do you really want to know? Dekker's eyes used to glaze over whenever we talked about that. He didn't believe in quantum physics. As if it's something that you can optionally believe in. Well, it started with an experiment.
Tell me about the experiment.
Have you heard of quantum suicide, Doctor?
No. What is quantum SUI. What is their... Wait a minute, SUI... Oh, CID. Wait.
Quantum suicide is a thought experiment that tries to explain the many worlds theory.
I'm not sure why it wasn't showing
You're
up.
looking at me blankly. I can see that you don't understand. I knew you wouldn't. Alternate universes. Essentially, if I were to shoot myself, then in some alternate universe, I'd still be alive. Now imagine if I could actually choose that universe. I'm taking a product off a supermarket shelf. Well, I simply applied that logic to something different.
What did you apply that logic to?
Gambling. I set up an experiment whereby I would visit a casino and place a very large bet at the roulette table. Now, I would always bet on odd. Now, the results of this particular experiment were mundane. I won as many times as you would expect according to the laws of probability. But then, I changed a parameter.
Why gambling?
Why not gambling? My wife, Vanessa, left me for a neurosurgeon. She emptied our entire combined wealth into her barrister's wallet. I needed more money. Physics provided me with a solution.
What parameter did you change? Let me guess, you went from odd to even?
Quantum suicide required a loss of life to make it a realistic thought experiment. So I simply upped the stakes. Now, every time I bet on odd, I would place everything I had on the possibility it worked. For a while.
It stopped working.
Dr. Dekker killed it, and I can't get it back.
What did Dekker kill?
Well, my theory, quantum gambling. If the stakes are high enough, you will win every time by simply shifting your consciousness into that branch that wins. It's tricky, but it can be done. But Dr. Dekker didn't like that. He saw me becoming rich and powerful, and he hated that. That's why he proffered the hangman's paradox.
Were you rich and powerful?
Honestly? Well, I think he feared quantum physics. He didn't like things being explained in terms of science. Almost as if he'd have preferred chaos.
What is the hangman's paradox?
Well, imagine a judge sentences you to death. Now, it will be Monday or Tuesday next week, but it will be a surprise. Which day do you think you'll be executed? Well, Monday does seem likely, yes. Because if you're still alive on Monday at midnight, then Tuesday won't be a surprise. But if you're sure that it's Monday, then that won't be a surprise either, will it? Dekker tricked me.
How did Dr. Dekker trick you?
He told me that sometime in the future I would lose a bet, that I would lose all of my money. Now, this didn't seem likely because I had quantum gambling on my side and it was working. But he unnerved me. He made me doubt myself. And then it happened. Recently, I lost everything that I'd managed to build up since Vanessa left me.
Your wife left you?
We were married for 14 years, 7 months, and 3 days. Vanessa couldn't have children. At least that's what she told me. She grounded me in reality. I'm not complaining. It's probably what I needed. Part of me always thought one day I'd achieve immortality through science. It wasn't to be, though.
Did it bother you that you couldn't have children?
Well, yes, it bothered me. Especially now that I find out that she's pregnant. Oh, no, it wasn't a rocket scientist that was required, but a brain surgeon, it seems. I have considered putting that neurosurgeon into his darkest timeline. But I'm not a killer. If you'd see him.
Where were you on Valentine's Day?
I was at a fundraiser for a charity called Mindstretch Outreach. Don't know how I got roped into that. I can't remember. But it was full of very clever children with bizarre outlooks on life. And Jaya. It was Jaya who asked me to go.
Something tells me Jaya is kind of roped into whatever Dr. Dekker was involving himself into. You know, in my opinion, obviously. What do you know about the Muffin Man? No, I'm just kidding. What do you know about the mind stretch out reach?
He's full of poor kids with very capable minds. I did give them a talk on quantum tunneling once, and they loved it. Not sure it'll put dinner on the table for any of them, though.
What is quantum tunneling?
Oh, you're going to have to Google that, Doctor, I'm afraid. I'm not a walking Wikipedia. I'd love to tell you, but I am paying you by the hour. Maybe look up Schrodinger's cat whilst you're there.
Do you know Jaya?
Oh, she's Dr. Dekker's lovely assistant. I imagine she's your lovely assistant now. Yeah, she always smiles and makes me a cup of tea before a session. Smile. Which reminds me, my session. Can we talk about my problem now?
What is your problem?
I'm not a gambler, Doctor. I'm a scientist. I need more money. It's true I've run out of money for my research. An opportunity has arisen.
What is your research?
Quantum gambling. It's a pet project. It's got nothing to do with work. But if I don't have significant amounts of money to lose, then there won't be enough jeopardy for the experiment to work.
Sounds like you just have a gambling problem, that's it.
Do you know, you remind me of Dr. Dekker. He always used to ask me questions I didn't know the answer to.
Practical demonstration of what?
They'll pay me £1 million if I can successfully survive 6 rounds of Russian roulette. Now, I am worried because of what Dr. Dekker said, but, well, can't help but thinking that the stakes are so high I can't possibly lose. What do you think, Doctor? Should I take them up on their offer?
What? That's cray-cray. Oh, don't take them up on it.
I don't really know what you're getting at.
No, don't take them up on their offer.
No, I suppose you're right. In a darker timeline, you probably said yes and I'm dead now. I earn good money where I work. How do I stop losing it? I take your point. But I suppose to decide whether to continue gambling or to stop gambling is a gamble within itself, isn't it? Well, my time is up. Will we be having another session or... No, don't answer that. It'll turn you into a gambler like me. Infectious. Isn't it?
And just like that, he's gone. Alright, next we will go to Bryce.
Hello, Doctor. I've been thinking about our last session, and I just wanted you to know that I'm not a bad person. I know taking naked photographs is wrong, but you don't know what it's like until you face the same temptation. I'm assuming you don't know what it's like. Do you have an extra hour, Doctor?
Yes, I have an extra hour.
You're playing games with me, Doctor. I was going to tell you what I know about the murder weapon, but now, well, now you just have to go without. I overheard your assistant earlier. I know about that paper spike. It was sharp. What I really wanted to tell you was, there's someone else in my hour. A hooded figure. Watching me and following me. I followed it too.
Interesting.
I don't know who it is. My initial thought was that it was you. That I told you about my affliction and somehow you'd got it too. Now I think maybe it's the military or some organization that wants to use the hour themselves. Maybe it's Dr. Dekker risen from the dead. I need to talk to you about him.
Tell me about Dr. Yeah, that's how you spell about.
I spied on Dr. Dekker not long before he was murdered. I'm not sure I should tell you what I saw in his basement.
What did you see in his basement?
I'd been feeling uneasy with Dr. Dekker for some time. I mentioned how he'd changed before, so I began spying on him at home. One night, the basement door was open, and Dekker was returning upstairs. I skipped past him, and there she was, a girl. It was difficult to tell. It was dark, and she was chained.
Jaya did say last act that is she all about chain, or was it this act, that she was all about something in chains in the bedroom or dominant in the boardroom. Makes me wonder if it's her. Anyway.
I removed the chains, dressed her, and sat her in the police station. There's
Guess
no
not.
evidence, though. No evidence of what he'd done. But she was free. I saved her. I'm not evil. I destroyed evil.
Did you take pictures of the girl?
No, I didn't feel lustful, Doctor. I was angry. If I had taken pictures, there would at least been some evidence. A sicker man would have taken pictures and saved the day.
A sicker man? Why? You would be doing good if you saved. Well, technically you saved her, but I mean, you wouldn't save the photos. Are you saying Dr. Dekker is evil?
I spied on Dr. Dekker. Not long.
Stop that. Stop that. Are you saying Dr. Dekker is evil?
I believe that Dr. Dekker was a truly evil man, and so should you. I know you record these sessions, Doctor. I'm not going to be filmed saying I wanted him dead. But I did.
Just
And so should you. And Doctor, if I wanted to kill anyone, I'd do it in the midnight hour, wouldn't I? And when was Dekker murdered?
Have you killed anyone in the midnight hour?
No, I've never killed anyone. But then, even if I had, I'm not likely to tell you about it, am I, Doctor?
Did you spy on Dr. Dekker again?
I didn't need an extra hour to realize Dr. Dekker was strange.
Where did you follow the figure to?
Whatever it is that's following me, it doesn't want to catch me yet. If I move towards it, it runs away. And when I follow it past temptations. A bar brawl, an open till, an open bedroom window. Like it's testing me.
Why do you think it's testing you?
I think that I'm becoming a good person, Doctor. I'm ashamed of some of the things I've done, but I'm getting better. The hooded figure, it's testing my morals, judging me. For what? I don't know.
What did you do about the bar brawl? Not the.
I split the brawl up.
What did you do with the till?
I did nothing. I'm not stealing any more. I looked in. Watching other people is somehow built into our genes, Doctor. There was an old woman in bed. I went inside. Her bed covers were smoking. I think she'd fallen asleep holding a cigarette. I took the covers and put them in the bath. She'd have died otherwise. And no, I didn't take any pictures.
Why do you think it's the military?
I'm surprised I haven't been approached earlier. I mean, my skills in the military. Special ops would be a breeze, wouldn't it? Waltz in past everyone during the midnight hour. Get whatever you want and return to friendly soil. It also makes me think that they might already know all of that, and that they want to get rid of me in case I tell anyone else. Would you do something for me if they get me?
I guess I could do something for him if he is, behaving. I guess I could trust him. Yes, I will do something for you.
Would you tell Jessica I love her? She didn't really know me that well, but I did love her. And also, there's a hard drive in the bottom drawer of my drinks cabinet. Please destroy it. Please, don't look at it.
What's on the hard drive?
There's a hard drive with all the pictures I've ever taken on it. The one in the bottom drawer of my drinks cabinet. Don't let Jessica see it.
Have you spoken to Jessica Rabbit? I'm just kidding.
Jessica is a beautiful woman. I've not spied on her since the incident we talked about. I have real feelings for her, Doctor. We've never connected.
Why don't you talk to Jessica?
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. It's nice you think I'm capable of such basic interaction with females. But I'm still in awe of her, really. I will think about it, though.
Why do you think Dekker has risen from the dead?
Sometimes a grave I've dug becomes undug. People blame it on grave robbers, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe the grave was undug from the inside out, not the outside in. Only a grave digger would know.
Have you spied on me?
I never spied on you at midnight. But if you start acting strangely, maybe I will.
No need to be a dick about it. What do you know about Dr. Dekker's paper spike?
Dr. Dekker frequently used that paper spike on his desk as an example. I'm sure he did it with the other patients too. He'd make me look at it, touch the point to see how sharp it was. He'd tell me that because I think it's sharp, it will hurt me. But if I thought it was nothing, it could pass right through my hand.
Example of what?
In the last couple of sessions I had with him, he put the spike through his hand. He'd be grinning at me while he was doing it. No blood, no nothing. He tried to make me do the same, but I wouldn't.
How is work?
I put my hand through a rusty nail at work today. It hurt
Practitioner,
my hair and
gold
bled
trophy
like I'd been
achieved.
shot. I closed my eyes and thought, this isn't happening. The nail is just a worm, and it will wriggle through me. When I looked back, can you guess what I saw?
What did you see when you looked at your hand? My guess is blood.
When I looked back at my hand, it was healed. Look, see?
How did... Damn it. How did your hand heal?
My hand had healed. The nail had become a worm and was wriggling in my palm. It was like a little miracle, like magic.
Miracle.
I shouldn't really say miracle or magic. They're words that Dr. Dekker used when he tried to get you to think things and make them real. But do you think it's real, Doctor? That magic is real?
No, I don't think magic is real.
And so it isn't. I envy you, Doctor. I wish I could be so sure.
The way he says that, it sounds condescending, but whatever. Did you bury David Castleford?
I'm actually a classically trained pallbearer. There are a lot of health and safety considerations. Not everybody can do it. Well, properly at least. Occasionally I step in if the funeral director is short-shouldered. I do remember her face. She wasn't upset in the usual way. She seemed agitated. Her husband must have been a giant. The coffin was so heavy. I remember because aft port side sprained his ankle. That and he wasn't lifting correctly. I find using nautical terms to describe the position of pallbearers fitting. Plus, most of them are 3 sheets to the wind, you know. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Doctor. I saw Claire Castleford's husband in the coffin myself before carrying him to the grave. He is in the ground. I'm sure it wouldn't take much for the police to get an order to have him exhumed. Just make sure it's done on Tuesday morning when I'm off.
Interesting. Up next, we will go with Claire. How are you?
I've been to the lake house regularly, keeping an eye on David. I saw the girl again, the one I told you about. She was playing outside.
Did you talk to the girl?
I didn't speak to her this time. Something about her made me feel uneasy. I just watched her from the bedroom window. She'd caught a fish. She was holding it in her hands.
Did you find your key?
Oh, I found the key. It must have been there all along, in a drawer in the hallway. I could have sworn I'd looked there already.
Drawer in the hallway.
You don't have to analyze everything I say, Doctor. Sometimes a hallway is just a hallway. And yes, before you ask, the same goes for the drawer.
What fish did the girl catch?
I wasn't close enough to see, but for all intents and purposes, it looked as if the fish bit her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish over.
Creepy. I saw your arrest report.
It makes for interesting reading, doesn't it? I can tell you're dying to ask me about it. Fire away.
neighbor reported you?
My neighbors seem far more interested in my business than they are their own. The lake house only has one house opposite, and it was on sale for some time. I suppose I should have bought it.
You were covered in blood.
It's a messy business, stabbing someone. You'd imagine that it would be like slicing into a pie with all the filling just slowly oozing out, but it's so much more dramatic, like popping a cork of a bottle of champagne. Blood sprayed everywhere.
What did you use? A steak knife?
The steak knife was the closest, sharpest weapon I could lay my hands on. I didn't really have much time to think about it.
Okay, so if she killed her husband, she could have killed the doctor, but I think that's something that the game probably wants us to expect. But this game does change its killers on a whim at random, so, or not on a whim, but it picks its killer from the beginning, and it's always random, so I don't know. Something tells me she's not the killer, though.
I didn't plan to kill my husband. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. What is it with men and affairs? Is that why they have a shorter average lifespan? That's what it says. I can see you're confused. The police say that David is dead, fatally wounded when I stabbed him. The coroner says that David is dead. Everyone says that David is dead. There was even a funeral. But I know he's alive.
How could there be a funeral?
He's buried at Hanby Church. You can go see for yourself. There's even a headstone. One of your other patients was a pallbearer. I never forget her face. You should ask him.
Kind of jumped the gun on this part with Bryce, but which patient was a pallbearer?
Bryce was a pallbearer for David. He's also a grave digger, I believe. Smuggling a body out of a funeral can be difficult, unless you pay the right people.
Well, that's what he would say, isn't it?
Was David fatally wounded?
David wanted to have a talk about our relationship. Not something any married person wants to hear. He said he'd been with Iris for about a year and that he loved her. He said he didn't love me anymore. Which I know is a lie. You don't just fall out of love with somebody. I reacted badly. I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, which happened to be the steak knife, and stabbed him with it. There was so much blood. I instantly regretted it. So, I fixed him.
How did you fix him?
It was about a week later. I brought David back to life. Not with voodoo,
Okay.
not with virginal sacrifice. I just willed it to happen, and it did. Dr. Dekker told me it was possible, but only if you're not buried. He says once you're in the ground, there's no coming back. But until then, you have a chance at resurrection.
So it's the same. Price says he took the girl in Dekker's basement to a police station. I should tell Claire Bryce says her husband is in the ground. I should tell Bryce that Claire says he's been smuggling bodies. Okay.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking.
Yes, resurrection. But now that I've seen the results, I don't think there's anything holy about it. I think reanimation is more an accurate term. Like, I'm an evil necromancer, raising things from the dead.
Why is reanimation more accurate?
David was dazed and confused when I brought him back to life. As you'd expect. He was scared. He didn't want me to go near him at first, which is understandable, as I did kill him. But I didn't really succeed in bringing him back. He wasn't a big talker before, but even monosyllabic words were more than what he seemed able to give me.
Why do you say you didn't
He made sounds. I could understand him a bit. I thought he'd improve with time, like a child learning to talk, but he didn't. It's only recently that I've come to the conclusion that he's not going to get better. He's not going to be right again. I think it's his brain. At least he is safe where he is.
Where is... Damn it. Where is he safe?
At the lake house. He doesn't move from there. For good reason.
What good reason?
David shouldn't be alive, so he can't just stroll along naked. It's unseemly. I did think he'd be able to rejoin society at some point, but not anymore. He's getting worse, not better.
Why would David strolling be unseemly?
Do you see David here? No, Doctor. That would be ridiculous.
He doesn't move from the lake house.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. What I meant to say is that David never leaves the vicinity of the lake house. I think his hunting would be severely restricted by trying to do it from the kitchen window.
Why are the results unholy?
I think his brain was already decaying during the week that he was dead. Important bits. So when I brought him back to life, I didn't heal him completely. Just gave him life in the state he was in. I mean, he's hunting and killing things and trying to roast them on fires you can only light with matches, but that's about it. He's your basic Neanderthal. So I have a problem.
What is your problem?
I'm being charged with murder because the police don't know he's still alive, and I can't get David to vouch for me for obvious reasons. I think it would raise quite a few more questions than answers, which is why I'm hoping that you would be able to help me.
How can I help you?
Considering the circumstances, I'd be grateful if you could see your way to declaring me temporarily insane at the time of the murder. To lessen my symptoms. Because I'm not a killer. But I can't prove otherwise. You don't still think I'm a killer, do you, Doctor?
Well, she doesn't seem right in the head, because all of a sudden she just, like, stabbed him. Because she was like, you know, whatever, I think she is insane. No, I don't think you're
Thank you, Doctor. So then you'll help me? You'll say I was temporarily insane?
Yes. You were rarely insane in the membrane.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all I needed to hear. From you or Dr. Dekker. But Dr. Dekker wouldn't do that for me. He wanted something else.
Here we go. What did Dr. Dekker want?
Dr. Dekker teased me mercilessly about my electability. He didn't believe I'd reanimated David. Once, he presented me with a dead mouse and commanded me to give it life again. I didn't, of course. It's not something I'd throw around lightly. He changed his mind about me eventually. And then he mentioned the girl.
Dr. Dekker mentioned a girl.
He told me he'd locked up a girl in the basement of his house. Just for me. And he asked me to reanimate her. It was Iris. I said I couldn't reanimate something that wasn't dead, and he said that wouldn't be a problem. So I agreed. I just played along. I was hoping it wasn't real. I assumed it wasn't real. But he was offering me what I wanted. A temporary insanity diagnosis.
What happened to Iris?
It didn't happen. Dr. Dekker called me from his house to cancel. He was furious. He said that Iris had escaped, and he blamed me for it. He said that I must have set her free after he told me about her. I knew it was all lies anyways. He was obviously titillating himself by reprimanding me. He knew I'd never want to speak to Iris again, so I couldn't prove it either way.
Rice said he freed Iris.
What? She was actually his prisoner. Bryce saved Iris? So that's 2 favors I owe Bryce now. And Iris? I'd probably have stopped her death if I'd known it was real. I suppose I should have a chat with him.
You probably would have saved Iris.
It didn't happen. There was something delicious about the idea of getting revenge on Iris by having Dr. Dekker kill her. But I'm not wicked.
Why did Dekker change
Dr. Dekker asked if I could prove David wasn't dead, so I took him to the lake house. He saw that I was telling the truth. I can take you to see him too, if you like. Would you like to see David, Doctor?
Yes, I would like to see David.
Very well. In our next session.
Did Dr. Dekker meet David?
I think it was a mistake taking Dr. Dekker to see David. Dr. Dekker wanted to examine him, so they went into a different room. I wasn't worried. David wouldn't speak. But Dr. Dekker seemed very distant after that. He didn't say a word on the way back.
So, you did see Dr. Dekker outside of your sessions.
How astute, Doctor. Yes, I did say I hadn't seen Dr. Dekker outside of our sessions. That wasn't a lie. Our trip to the lake house was made during a session.
Maybe David did speak to Dr. Dekker.
You're saying that my David would speak to Dr. Dekker, but not his beloved wife? I don't think so, Doctor. And even if that were true, what would he say? What would he tell him?
Jet fuel can't melt steel beams. That's what he would tell him. I'm just kidding. How could David still be alive? Damn it.
You tell me. What could possibly explain that?
Can you prove David is alive?
I have a picture of him I took after he came back. I'll bring it in next session.
Oh, Square allows me to see this crime scene report. Oh, okay, here we go. Alright. Okay, February 14th, 2017. Doctor, first name nothing, last name Dekker. No first name? The victim was located in his office, seated in a chair behind the desk, soaked in blood with an obvious chest wound. Paper spike desk accessory, 150mm long. It's hard. Exsanguination due to punctuation on the left artery descending coronary. some reason I can't go down. Unless... No, not even the touchpad. I don't know. Up and down on the D-pad, left and right stick. Nothing with the D-pad, or L1, R2, and L1. X just, whatever. X just takes me back, so I have no idea. Statement of Christian Weber, Police Officer 7691. To my best of my knowledge, this statement is true. I understand I may be prosecuted if I have stated anything that I know to be untrue. At 20:40 hours on Tuesday, 8th November, myself and PC 9725 Holden responded to a call received from a neighbor of the Bower House, Weston Park Avenue. Concerning a reported disturbance, we arrived at the address and knocked on the front door, but there's no reply. We then examined the rear of the property and gained entry through insecure patio doors. We entered the property through this door, and I announced myself by shouting police, but did not hear any response. We searched the premises. Upon entering the dining room, I saw a female seated next to a man who was lying on the ground. The man did not appear to be conscious. Both persons were drenched in blood, and there was a substantial amount of blood on the carpet, walls, and furniture. I noted what appeared to be a steak knife on the floor, which was also covered in blood. At this point, I asked the woman to put her hands on her head, which she did. PC Holden secured the female while I checked the man for signs of life, but found none. I asked the woman her name, and she identified herself as Claire Castleford. I asked if she knew the dead man, and she said that he was her husband, David Castleford. I asked what had happened. She said she had killed him. Followed a search by PC Holden, which revealed no other person present in the house. I said to Castleford at 2052, "You are under arrest on suspicion of murder." I then cautioned her and placed her in the back of the police car for transportation to Weston Park Police Station. Interesting. To whom it may concern, please accept this letter of my intention to resign from my position. D. Dr. Dekker. 11th of February. And lastly, Alderby footage.
Nothing, of course. The faculty thinks I've gone loopy, like some kind of spongy Mobius strip. That's why I'm here, isn't it, Dr. Dekker? Him, God, the great old one, the elder god, Cthulhu, however you address him. Listen to me! You're not listening! It's your only bloody job! Well, let's call him God. He creates this world for his amusement, something he can play with and occasionally alter to suit his mood. God loves chaos, but something goes wrong. Man and woman get lost. What was once chaotic becomes more ordered. Without chaos, he has less power. When there's too much order, he becomes impotent. So he needs to instill chaos again. Do you know how he does this? No. And yes, but you're being too granular. He needs chaos so he can return, and the only thing stopping him is you. Not just you. You and people like you. Psychiatrists, doctors, nurses. Anyone who is caring for people who are losing their sanity. You have no comprehension how important your job is, do you? He doesn't need your version of insanity to spread. He needs chaos. It's the same. It just means to him. They're not all cultists, unfortunately. Once you see the truth, it's hard not to spread chaos yourself. Cause further insanity and not your own. I doubt it. But can I make you question your reality? Definitely. But in doing so, I would be promoting more chaos. On the basis that the central component of our universe is chaos, science can only document a perception of the chaos at any one given moment in time. as by definition, chaos is unpredictable from one moment to the next. Which means that at any given moment, we can choose to alter our perception of the world, no matter how much chaos that would cause. In 10 seconds' time, there will be no gravity in this room, and we will float. 3, 2, 1. You think nothing happened. Where's your glass, Doctor?
Creepy. Anyway. Did David survive the stabbing?
Perhaps. Perhaps I missed his vital organs. Perhaps by some strange freak of nature, he only appeared dead for a week and needed no food or water. Though there was an autopsy, so it's not likely. I think he was definitely dead.
Is David a zombie?
Yes, he did come back to life, but he's not a zombie. He looks like he always did. Just his mind is encumbered. There's no way back.
Maybe David isn't human.
Since I brought him back, I felt that there was something different about him, something not quite right. I think it's his brain. But how ludicrous that you can bring someone back in the first place. It's like that book, Pet Cemetery. Funnily enough, he does smell of earth, but that's because he spends most of his time out hunting.
Maybe David is a ghost.
I assure you, David is not a ghost. I've touched him.
Ooh. Or you. Has anyone else seen David?
Yes, the father and daughter who live opposite will have seen him, I'd imagine. Although they won't have talked to him. If anyone approaches him other than me, David would run a mile. The sociable part of his brain must have died in that week too.
Are you lying about David being alive?
If David doesn't exist, then that means that I really did kill him. He really is buried, and I really should be going to prison for a very long time. That just doesn't seem right to me. It's more probable that I reanimated him under Dr. Dekker's guidance.
Excuse me. Dr. Dekker was killed with his paper
Paper spike is an odd thing to use as a weapon. I suppose if it went directly into the heart, it might work. Or through his eye, or perhaps through the ear into his brain. Or was it just a frenzied, bloody mess of a murder? Do you know, Doctor?
Okay, I need to go back to brace for a moment.
The girl who was chained in the basement, her name is Iris. How do you know that? Not that it means anything. She wouldn't remember me anyway. Time was frozen.
Claire Castleford knows. Knows Iris.
I had no idea there was a connection between those two. Wow. Behind closed doors, eh?
And lastly, Claire said she paid you to remove David's body.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Doctor. I saw Claire Castleford's husband in the coffin myself before...
Okay. Oh.
I don't often see auras, Doctor. Yours is unusual. Like, you're more than one person. Maybe I've had a few too many drams.
Put her back there again. Something I wanted to see right quick. Still going back to the animation. Weird. Waiting for the one where it shows her actually get up. Maybe this is it. No. Oh. Next is Ellen. But I just need a tiny break. I need a... I don't know, my ears are starting to get all little. So give me a few moments. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, it's just my ears were getting sore from the headset, so... Anyway. How are you?
I'm okay, I suppose. Work's fine. Hilda's taking the pass. Terry's Terry. I feel a bit sad, to be honest. I gave all my keepsakes back.
Why do you feel sad?
I know it's silly, but those things meant a lot to me. They were reminders that I'd helped those people.
I smell... I don't know. Somebody has a fire going outside at 2:30 in the morning. I can smell, yeah. Love the smell of firewood. Anyway, yeah. Sometimes people around my area there, they have fires going in the backyard. Mainly, especially in their back deck. Not really sure why. Not really much of it's happened during the summer, honestly, actually. But yeah, I've seen like one, maybe two. Like last year they did like a lot. This year it's just like this here and there. But yeah, I got something in my eye. Hold on a moment. she doesn't have the locket anymore. She must have gave it back. Why did you give the locket back?
Well, I thought about it. And well, I know you said it was okay that I should keep them, but maybe it did look a bit suspicious. You having things that belong to patients who died in my care. I don't want people to get the wrong idea about me. The locket, the watch, the ring, even the little bird Sarah Dekker gave me. I wasn't supposed to mention her.
Rubbing my eyes again. Alright. That feels a little bit better. Okay. Who was Sarah Dekker?
Dr. Dekker's mother. She was one of my first patients, but she died a while ago.
Tell me about the bird. And why is it the word?
It was just a little China bird, sort of a yellowy blue pattern on it. I don't think it's worth anything.
Blue bird, you say? Is it the Twitter bird? Anyway. Why weren't you supposed to mention Sarah Dekker?
Dr. Dekker's mother.
No. Why?
It just makes things complicated, doesn't it? I knew Dr. Dekker's mother before I started seeing Dr. Dekker. She's dead, and now he's dead. I'm sure you're going to have a field day with it.
Why would I have a field day with
reason I came to see him. I knew she was dying, but he refused to talk to me unless I booked a session, so I did. And well, here we are.
What did you want to talk? Man, oh man. I got a tickle in my throat that keeps coming back and I can't get rid of it. Why did you want to talk to Dr. Dekker?
I told Dr. Dekker that his mum was dying, that he should see her before it's too late. But he wasn't interested. It wasn't like he hated her. It was just like, it wasn't important. He asked me to take care of it for him. He did send his assistant along to see her once. Sorry, your assistant.
Sarah Dekker die?
No.
Good grief. No. When did Sarah Dekker die?
I can't remember exactly. I'd only just started seeing Dr. Dekker.
Dr. Dekker wanted you to take care of it for him.
It was about the second, third session we had. He said he could tell that I was a good person, that I wanted to help people, and that I should think really hard about how I could do that. That's how I discovered shifting.
How did you discover shifting?
All Dr. Dekker did was encourage me to think. But the shifting, that's all me. And my mum's a psychic, and my sister's an empath, but I was just ordinary. I always felt like I wasn't special, like I was missing out. But I wasn't. I just hadn't discovered what I could do yet. Sarah Dekker was one of the first ones I tried shifting for.
Your mom was a psychic?
My mum's got these spirit guides and they tell her things. Mostly about my love life, it would seem.
Your sister is an empath?
To tell you the truth, I don't really know what an empath is. I should probably Google it sometime.
did you shift for Sarah Dekker?
I didn't really know what I was doing that first time. I mean, I didn't actually expect anything to happen. I just thought, what would really help this woman? I thought maybe she would just imagine that he was there. But it actually happened. I changed into him, Dr. Dekker. It blew my mind. I've been a nurse for ages, but I've only worked at a nursing home for the last year. I tend to move around quite a bit. I get quite fidgety if I stay in the same place too long.
Okay. So you didn't come here for stress?
I wasn't really stressed about work. Well, maybe a little, but not enough to need a therapist. I just told you that because I didn't want you to know the real reason why I came to see Dr. Dekker.
How is it going with Terry?
Terry seems to have backed down since I gave her keepsakes back. Actually, it doesn't seem like she's been very well. Not her usual self. Maybe she's got a bug or something.
You tell me she's dying next. How is Hilda?
Hilda's nearing the end. She's been sleeping a lot, not eating much. She hasn't been that argumentative either. Although, she did give me a vicious scratch yesterday.
Why did she scratch you?
It was nothing. I was just trying to give her meds. It's hard, you know? I'm trying to help her, but she keeps fighting me. It'll be better after she's seen her daughter. I've decided I'm going to do it tonight. She hasn't got much time left.
What are you going to do tonight?
You know the answer to that, Doctor. What have we been talking about? What can I do for Hilda that will make it all better?
Okay. Are you going to shift into her daughter?
That's the plan. I know, it sounds unbelievable, like I'm making it up. I wish I could prove it to you somehow. We could try shifting now. Think of someone you really love. It might help if you close your eyes. Are you thinking of? Can you picture them? Okay, hold on. Sorry, I don't think it's gonna work. On the bright side, that probably means you're not gonna die anytime soon.
I'm not going to die.
As far as I know, it only works on people who are close to death. That's the whole point of it. I have to hold their hand, and they have to think of the person, and they have to be near death. And those seem to be the 3 criteria.
You didn't hold my hand.
Well, I wasn't sure if it would still work. Sorry. It's just, I get a sense that I probably shouldn't say, but, well, just think what it would mean for you if I'd been able to shift.
What would it mean for me?
Probably nothing. I'm not right all the time. It's just, well, yes, your energy's different.
She's the second person to say that.
And I was also worried about what I might change into.
How is my energy different?
It seems a bit, I don't know, murky and sort of a bit crackly at the same time. Like there's a lot of electricity around you. It's hard to describe.
Wait a minute. Am I the doctor from Dead by Daylight? Oh man. Anyway. Why were you worried? About who I would change into.
I've had a couple of bad experiences while shifting. I don't really want to talk about all that now, though.
It does sound unbelievable.
I don't know. Sorry.
I must. It does sound UNB
tricky. I mean, I'll sound exactly like Hilda's daughter, but I try and keep it vague because I don't become her. I don't know what she would really say. I say things like, it's okay, don't be scared, I love you, Mum, or I love you, Dad. But it doesn't really matter what their relationship's like because it's not really them. I always do the Disney version, the best, most loving version. That's what my patients want to hear. And maybe deep down they know it's not the truth, but it's got to be better than the reality.
Oh my god. What is the reality?
The reality is that most of these people have been completely abandoned by their families, usually their children. If a mother abandons her children, it's scandalous. But if a son or daughter abandons their mother when she's dying after everything she's done for them, apparently that's just normal. I can protect my patients from that, even if it does take a little smoke and mirrors.
What do you mean by smoke and smoke and mirrors?
It's like I'm a mirror and I'm just reflecting back to them what they want to see. I completely change. My face, my hair, my clothes, my voice, everything.
You're the Disney version?
Does it really matter if it isn't the truth? Isn't it worth it if it brings them peace? Tell me honestly, Doctor, do you really think that what I'm doing is wrong?
On one hand, it is wrong because she's deceiving them, but at the same time, she's, even if the sons and or daughters don't come in and see her before or him before they die, depending on who the person is that she's with, in this case the female, Hilda, if she's going to turn into her daughter just to say, see her one last time, because she's probably not going to be able to make it, part of me wants to say, yeah, like, what you're doing is good because you're giving them peace, like you're making them happy. But at the same time, it's wrong because it's, as she said, it's smoke and mirrors. It's wrong. But technically, she's letting her see her daughter, but it's not her daughter. So, I don't know. Like, if I go morally, I would say yes, it is wrong. She should die without seeing her daughter. Like, it is wrong for... I'm about to get my words mixed up here. Give me a moment. Let me rephrase that. Excuse me. Here it is, 2:57. I'm still going. Anyway. Okay. So, for me, I think it is wrong what she's doing because she's lying to the patient, basically. She's letting them see something that's not exactly there. She's just, like she said, smoking some mirrors. But on another sense, it's kind of like if this makes them happy before they die, then maybe it's a good thing. Because then she can make whoever it is happy and make their death a little, whatever. I don't know, easier, or they get to see somebody, for, to imitate them by appearance, by shape-shifting into them. Last time to see them before they pass away. But it's technically not really them. So it's like wrong, but at the same time it's kind of like, well, you are, when you're like, you have good intentions of doing it, but it's still wrong. It's kind of like screwed up in a way. But if she didn't do that at all, a lot of people would probably end up dying without seeing them, and they would probably end up dying like a sad death or whatever, that they never get to see their loved ones. So it's kind of like, what do you do? I literally am thinking, because I'm actually I could just be like, oh, I'm just going to answer something, I don't really care, it's a story in a game. But I'm actually trying to decide, because I'm actually taking this seriously, because I want my answers to have merit, right? But at the same time, so that's how I feel. It's wrong, but at the same time, she's doing it for the better good. She's not doing it to try to trick them and, get some stuff out of them for, helping them out for whatever, blah, blah, blah. They just happen to do that. She's not really expecting it, but she did give the locket trinket back and the other stuff, so technically, part of me wants to say no, what you're doing, or yes, she should let Hilda see her daughter before she dies. What do I do in this predicament? I shouldn't take any longer. I should really just, decide, but, I'm gonna say, should say what you're doing is wrong. Because it is. What's this? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say, yes, what you're doing is wrong. I don't know. I kind of don't really want to go down that route, but to... I'm at a loss for words, like I said. I'm not really sure what I should say. Because I've given my, my thoughts on this. It's wrong to deceive people. It's basically it, so I'm gonna do this, yeah.
So you're saying I should let Hilda die without seeing her daughter one last time?
Yes, you should let Hilda die without seeing her daughter.
I don't know if I could do that, Doctor. I'd be letting her down. I'd have to think about it.
Are you giving Hilda her meds?
I've got her on a herbal compound. St. John's wort for pain, ginkgo for bronchitis, valerian, borage. There's a few other things in there as well, but I won't bore you with the full ingredients.
I'd like to know the full ingredients.
Sorry, I wish I could help. Oh, okay. Well, I'd have to check. I have it written down somewhere.
Do the doctors know about the herbal compound?
The rules are that you're not supposed to give a patient anything that isn't on their charts. But I talked it over with Hilda first, and she was happy to try the herbal approach.
That creepy smile. Anyway. Why is Hilda fighting you if she is happy to try the herbal herbal approach?
It's fine. It's not going to hurt her. And the doctors at the home don't care much. They're hardly around anyway. It's the nurses that take care of the patients. Besides, Dr. Dekker didn't have a problem with it.
Gold trophy achieved, late shift. And it popped at 3:07 a.m. I think about an hour ago is when I got another one, another trophy, so interesting. Hilda is dying. So the herbal MEDICIN herbal medicine. Oh, herbal compound. Isn't
I'm sure it is. At the very least, it should make her feel more comfortable, ease her suffering.
The nurses do all the care for the for all the patients?
Absolutely. I'm not being big-headed or anything, but I'd do anything for my patients.
Dr. Dekker didn't have a problem with it.
We talked about it once. He said I should do what I wanted and not worry about what anyone else thought.
Have you ever seen Dr. Dekker's paper spike?
It's true then. I'd heard Dr. Dekker was stabbed, but I didn't know for sure. But whoever did it would choose the paper spike.
Why is it weird?
Dr. Dekker used to play with it in our sessions sometimes. You know, pick it up, handle it while we talked. I remember once, he pushed the spike through his skin. Get this bit here between his thumb and his finger. He said he didn't think I'd mind the sight of blood being a nurse and all that, but actually, there wasn't any.
Why is it weird?
Dr. Dekker used to...
Okay. There was no blood.
I was a bit freaked out. At first, I thought it was a trick. A magic trick, you know? Like some kind of therapeutic test. Show the patient this retractable spike and see how they react. It wasn't. The spike was real.
How do you know? The spike. It said spike, not soik. Was real.
Dr. Dekker gave me the paper spike to try. It wasn't fake. It was pretty sharp, actually. I don't know how he did it. He said he just thought that it wouldn't hurt him, so it didn't.
Interesting. Well, there's 2 more people left. This hottie. Yes, I see you looking at me like that. And Nathan. And we are going with Nathan. We are going to leave that sexy beast last. Alright, here we go. How are you?
I burned the photos of Hannah. It didn't work. I suppose because the loss was superficial. The next thing I burned was the rocking chair. That worked. I've been getting rid of her stuff ever since. There was a day when I attacked a Salvation Army bin, but I gave in.
Okay. Why did you attack a bin? Why did you attack a bin?
I accidentally put Hannah's diary into a Salvation Army donation bin. They're like huge post boxes with a circular tray that makes sure things spill to the bottom. I tried to get in to get it back, but I gave up.
Even though he just said he gave up, did you get the diary back?
I read the last few weeks of Hannah's diary a while ago. I must have accidentally dropped in some clothes for the Salvation Army bin. It's funny, because I wasn't going to read it. She said she'd fallen out of love with me. That she was going to break off the engagement. But she didn't love me. I regret it.
What did you regret?
I regretted that I mourned for Hannah so long. I regret the grief. I regret all the days I slept through because of it. Had I known she didn't love me anymore, things would have been different. I'm a bit angry now. If I had that day over again, I may just still pull out in front of the driver.
Hannah was going to leave you.
Can we maybe not talk about Hannah anymore? And thanks for the dating advice, by the way.
What dating advice? I remember that. I told him to look for someone else.
I signed up for a dating website. It's a bit easy, to be honest. If I message something they don't like, I change it on a daily basis. It's not very honest.
It's not very honest.
If I'm being honest, I'd probably rather ask out one of the patients I've seen here. The friendly redhead with the accent.
Back off, she's mine. Did you read the diary by accident?
I read the last few weeks of Hannah's diary.
Oh.
few
die
weeks ago.
accidentally.
It's still sinking in. Suppose living a lie is just the norm nowadays.
Tell me more about Dr. Dekker.
I've told you all I know about Dr. Dekker. He started out good, then turned a bit crazy towards the end. When you start giving people more problems as a therapist, that's a bit crazy.
What? P-R-O-B-E. What problems did he give you?
Started out with depression. Now I seem to repeat days. Even if you don't believe the repeat day, then I clearly have extra mental health problems that he's given me.
Why did he go cray-cray?
I think that he possibly cursed other people, a bit like he cursed me. Sometimes you could see he was bursting to tell me about it, but he couldn't. He was ecstatic with power.
Who did he curse?
Oh, curse. Or remembered. I was hoping he'd forget. It's going to sound crazy. Dr. Dekker said I would never be able to move forward until I came to terms with my grief. And so from this point on, I start to relive the same day over and over again until I made something of it. I believed it.
Why did you believe him?
I didn't want to believe him. I remember I said, you can't just say things and they happen. He laughed and laughed. I think he was going mad. He said he'd give me a demonstration.
Did he give you a demonstration?
He held his hand outstretched and told me to look at the flame. There was no flame, and then there was. He was holding a flame in his hand that had come out of nowhere. And he tried to hypnotize me to make me forget it.
He hypnotized you?
That's not really relevant. I didn't forget seeing the flame. He wanted me to forget it all, but I didn't. For whatever reason, he couldn't undo what he'd done. I was scared. I pretended like the hypnosis worked.
Why were you scared?
I was scared what Dr. Dekker would do to me if he found out I still knew. So I had to play along. Keep coming to the sessions. Pretend I hadn't seen what he'd done. It was awful, because I was suffering through the same days over and over again. But I couldn't talk to him about it, because he'd know.
But you
He'd become bored of me, so I got much of my insight from calls or messages he'd take during our sessions. I think because he hypnotized me, he didn't want to play with me anymore, so I got basic therapist.
What was basic therapist?
He told me lots of people get depression, to become more active, to see more people. And although he wouldn't always be there to listen, Jaya would be.
Did you talk to
Yeah, I talked to her quite a lot. I'm not sure how many days of that she'd remember. She seemed to care, which is more I can say for Dekker.
what did you think Dr. Dekker would do to you?
I didn't kill Dr. Dekker. I wanted to be as far away from him as possible. I don't know who did.
Did you ever see Dr. Dekker's paper? S-P-I-K-E spike.
I didn't notice Dr. Dekker had a paper spike. I haven't really seen more than a foot in front of me since Hannah died.
Are you coming to terms with your grief?
Like I said, it takes something like a tragic event to move my day forward. I do more and more bizarre things to try and get things moving. It's a curse, like I said.
What sir things did you do?
I intentionally cut myself, publicly humiliate myself, I steal things, I hurt people around me, just enough to get another day to start. I ran out of people around me pretty quickly.
And then finally, the final one for the night. How are you?
I'm okay. Thanks for asking. It's rent day, and I always feel a little blue on rent day.
I bet your owner or the super is feeling green, if you get what I mean. You know, because he's getting the money. What is rent day?
Rent day is the day I pay rent to my landlady.
Landlady, there you go. Why do you feel a little blue.
I pay my rent to a landlady. I don't own my own place. I'm just passing through.
Do you have money? Problems.
I'm not broke. Men buy me drinks at bars, though. Sometimes I'll get away with not paying at restaurants. Isn't that how it is for everybody?
Yeah, if you're insanely hot as you are, then yes. Then yes, that's how it is like for everybody. What?
I mainly like drive-thrus. I don't like crowds, and I find it difficult to stay in the same place for too long. I guess I'm a fidget.
You don't like crowds, but you like clubs. You don't like
Crowds at nightclubs and bars are different. The lights are dim. You can slink around without attracting too much attention.
Are you antisocial?
I can be outgoing. It just depends on what mood you catch me in.
Why do you want to slink around?
Sometimes I'll kiss a guy in a club, and then he just follows me wherever I go. It's creepy. I don't want everyone seeing that.
Then maybe you shouldn't be kissing random strangers. You should just kiss your doctor. Yeah, that's not creepy at all either, right? Anyway. Why do the men follow you?
They follow me wherever I go. Anywhere. Where do you think they follow me, Doctor?
Do they follow you to the shops?
No, not shopping.
She's getting a little agitated with me. Behave, lady. Behave. Do they follow you
They follow me home. They're silent. It's like a trance.
They are in trance.
They're in some kind of trance, like zombies. But I don't know what they want.
Do they follow you to bed?
There was one guy, a real gym buddy. I let him into the bedroom, but nothing. Nothing I did would stop him just staring at me. It was creepy. I got him to follow me outside, and then I just shut the door.
Do they stay silent?
I don't talk to them, they don't talk to me.
What? What happens after they follow you?
It depends where they follow me. If they follow me home, they bang on the door for an hour or so, then leave. Other places, they just disappear. I don't see them again.
What do you mean? They disappear.
They don't just disappear into thin air. I think they return to the place I found them. But I've not run into the same person twice.
Your kisses put them in a trance.
I'm not a siren. It's just how some guys are. I tried it with a woman, too. She followed me. If a lot of people are watching, then it doesn't work.
Who said that you were a siren? I made that same connection there. I think it was on stream last time. That I wonder, like, if she's a siren because, like, she's out in the ocean a lot, and she's always like on the beach or whatever. So she's like pretty like a mermaid in a sense, but she's a siren. So yeah.
Interesting that you should say that. Dr. Dekker said the same thing. And he's dead now. Siren, mermaid. Do you think I could really be one?
You are a sexy beast.
I kiss somebody and a lot of people are watching, they don't follow me. Too embarrassed, I guess.
Said it's creepy.
I don't want people to follow me. I'm not trying to get them to do anything.
Have you had any black boats? And another reason I bring up Sirens is because last stream, I think it was, or maybe it was the first stream, my friend just finished Darkest Dungeon on my share play with him on my account, and so I watched it from start to finish, and that game was, you know, taking place in a Lovecraftian world. So this game is taking place in a Lovecraftian world. They mentioned Cthulhu, and Cthulhu is shown in Darkest Dungeon, and a siren is one of the bosses 3 times in Darkest Dungeon, and they mentioned siren here, so it's not really surprising for me. So I kind of like threw 2 and 2 together. I guess Lovecraftian lore, or Lovecraftian stories, or, you know, the monsters or creatures in Lovecraftian universe is pretty known, like, you know, for, like, you know, Cthulhu and sirens and God knows what else.
I've had no blackouts, and I haven't been to the beach since our last session. But I think I will today. Do you want to come with me to the beach?
You want me to guess where people follow her, or what happens after they follow her? Yes. I want to go to the beach.
Doctor, I think you're getting a little anxious. If you ever wanted to visit the beach, you can just turn up. It's not mine.
Well, you asked if I wanted to go with you, and so I told you.
I've had no blackouts, and I haven't been to the beach since our last session. But I think I will today. Do you want to come with me to the beach?
You said you were passing through.
I never stay in one town very long. I get bored too easily. Once you've seen the same faces over and over again, you move. Like I said before, I like to move around a lot.
Why do you get bored easily?
I've got a short attention span. The malaise of our generation, I expect. What are you bored by, Doctor?
the next thing shows here, I'm bored by you. Yeah, I don't want to answer. I don't want to say that. Actually, I'm gonna say that and see what happens.
You should get out more, Doctor. Looking at me all day should be fun, but if you're bored, perhaps we should spend some time apart. Nope. Nothing.
Alright, let's see. Why do men buy you drinks at bars?
It's just good manners to accept when someone offers to buy you a drink. I'm a very good-natured girl.
Why do you say you're good natured?
Don't you think I'm sweet, Doctor?
Yes, I think you're sweet. Let's see what happens.
I think you're falling for me, Doctor. Don't let that get in the way of helping me.
You mentioned seeing something beautiful.
You've got a good memory, Doctor. Let's talk dreams. Sometimes I'll dream about a light deep in the ocean somewhere. I head towards it. It's warm and glowing. A beacon. And when I'm at the bottom, it's the most beautiful thing. Like a welcoming sun. Like I'm home.
Like a siren? Like a mermaid? And the thing that she could be talking about is a pearl? Because a lot of people say a pearl is one of the most absolutely beautiful things that comes from the ocean. When, you know? Like if you, when you see in like, what is it there? I can't remember if it was a cartoon or not, but I remember they were like, oh, we need to get this thing here or whatever, and they try to look for a pearl, and then they open up like this oyster and this big, huge, beautiful pearls there, and they're like, oh my god, like, this is the biggest pearl I've ever seen, it's so beautiful in that, and so I'm thinking that she's talking about a pearl in the bar, the nightclub that she goes to is called the Pearl. Very interesting. I get you, game. I like what you're doing here. I get the cut of your jib. Alright, so let's see. It's like a beacon.
It's so beautiful. It calls me.
It's like I'm in a trance. What does the dream mean, Doctor?
Okay, so the thing that she stares at, as she says in the bottom of the ocean, is probably the pearl. I can't believe I'm psycho and now analyzing this. Or whatever. I think that's how it's pronounced, or it's said. So, in her dream, she goes down deep into the ocean, and she keeps going down, and then she stares at this thing, and it's so beautiful, and it's just like the sun. It's probably a pearl. The bar that she goes to is a pearl. The lights that she said that goes on in the in the nightclub, in the nightclub, the pearl, like puts her in a trance. I believe she mentioned that. I want to say I'm like 95% sure she mentioned that. So, all this is tied in together. She has an obsession with the pearl. She likes going there. Like, the pearl, the bar, the nightclub itself, the pearl, is a resemblance of the pearl that she dreams about when she goes deep underwater at the bottom of the ocean. So let's see. Maybe it means you're searching for something.
I guess. I hate being in the same place for too long. Maybe I'm always searching for paradise or something.
Have you seen Dr. Dekker's paper spikes?
I don't know anything about that.
Crap. Have you seen Dr. Dekker's paper spike?
Dr. Dekker used to put my checks on that thing. I guess someone thought they weren't getting value for money.
You get paid by check.
I actually don't have a lot of money. Sometimes a therapy check would bounce, but Dr. Dekker would be okay with it. Oh, my checks are fine though, don't worry.
Oh, I said you get paid by check. I meant to say you paid by check. Forgot, she's the one that pays them. Duh. Why? What can you tell me about Dr. Dekker?
Still talking about him? And I thought you were just interested in me, Doctor.
Yes, I want to talk about you, but, the game won't allow me. So, he was stabbed
glad you told me that. You like watching me squirm, don't you, Doctor?
No, I don't like watching you squirm.
Real smooth, Doctor.
Management could mean many things. A metaphor for her current issues, searching for something, or maybe she's making it up. Did Dr. Dekker visit you at home?
Dr. Dekker suggested home visits. I think he was probably checking up on his investment. You're not thinking of doing home visits, are you, Doctor?
I'm gonna go no. I'm not thinking of doing home visits.
That's good. I'm not sure I can afford any more of your time.
Oh, my time, my time to you would be free. Wiggled eyebrows. Anyway, what investment was he checking up on? I thought he was like going to her place and having sex with her, honestly, but guess not. What investment was he checking up on?
Aren't we all your investments, Doctor? All the time, all the energy you've invested in us? Seeing how we're doing, making sure we're growing correctly?
What do you mean growing? Correct.
He called it aversion therapy. Whenever I felt the urge to go to the sea, he would do something unpleasant.
He did something yes, he did something unpleasant.
I don't know.
Okay, what did I screw up there? Oh, A&T, not ENT.
I don't know what you'd call it, but it was unpleasant for me. Yes, Doctor, sometimes they follow me to the beach, and the next thing I remember, I'm blacked out and naked, shivering in the sand.
Who knows what happened to them?
So she went from yellow to green right after that last question.
Still talking about it?
I don't know what you'd call it, but it was unpleasant for me.
Kind of curious of what he was talking about. She's talking about, but apparently there's one more thing.
You can stop looking at me like that. You've made me do this. I don't try and escape. You're all tied up. Now tell me the truth. Is this a dream?
Okay. Yes. This is a dream.
That's a good doctor. Yes, it's all a big dream. So let's get down to business. Do you believe that people can have kinetic powers?
No people can't have
I think you like it when I hurt you, Doctor. That's a worrying sign. People obviously have kinetic powers. That's how I'm here, testing you. Now, how do we treat people with kinetic powers? Do we encourage them, or do we discourage them?
Look how sexy she looks. Especially how stern she, like that look she just gave me. We discourage them. Prepare for another slap.
Very good, Doctor. That's the right answer. Remember it, or there will be consequences. Now, since I'm here, let's have a little bit of fun. Shall we, Doctor?
Good grief.
There's someone else in my power.
I brought David back to life.
I removed the chains, dressed her.
It was Iris.
We could try shifting that.
Would you like to see David, Doctor?
Sorry.
We've both read The Cult of the Kinetic Mind.
I'm not broke.
It's no coincidence that most psychokinetic patients are
Grateful if you could see your way to declaring me
insane, or at least
temporarily insane.
There was no flame, and then there was.
I'll kiss a guy,
I pretended like the hypnosis had worked.
and then he just follows me
Can we maybe not talk about Hannah anymore?
wherever I go.
I may just still pull out in front of the driver.
Act 4, Dreams.
Morning, Doctor. You're looking a bit unwell. Are they getting you all wound up? Well, have a look at this. I found it in Dropbox. Apparently, Dr. Dekker lent Mariana some money. Sounds dodgy, doesn't it? I also got the toxicology report back from Officer Yates, and shocker, Dr. Dekker had... Sorry, you just have to read it. I should have spoiler alert tattooed on my forehead. And can we not do the grief counselling thing today? I'm all sorts of behind on work, and I'm getting more stressed out watching it all pile up. If you need anything, though, I'm here.
How's she dressed today? She's drinking out of something anyway. Not a bad little dress on her. Look how playful she looks. Yep, she's making me melt to my knees now. Okay. Well, it's time for this boy to take a cold shower. Anyway. I see what you're doing, Mariana. Naughty, naughty, naughty girl. Alrighty. Well, that was Act 2 and 3 together. It has been over 2 hours. Wow, almost 3 hours. I promised close to 3. I promised 3 hours in my part 2 stream. Here it is, part 3. And it is almost 3 hours. It's 2 hours and 59 minutes. Just over 2 hours and 59 minutes. But you know what? That's good enough. That's rounded off. It's 3 hours, basically. So, it's all good. I mean, I could sit here for another, I don't know, whole 40 seconds and be like, hey, we good, right? Anyway. So, out of everybody, like, who could have killed Dr. Dekker? Bryce brings up a good point that it, couldn't have been him, because if it was him, then he would have just done it during the midnight hour when everything froze in time. Another thing is, who is the person in the robe? Who has this power? Something tells me the other person that has this power, something tells me there's something up with Jaya, the secretary. There's just something about her. I can't quite put my finger on it. I just can't. But she's a big part of, like, I think some of this stuff or whatever. Because what if that wasn't a dream I just had and that was legit real? What if that was actually happening and I'm thinking it is a dream? Because she's like, oh yes, it is all a dream, because I'm coming at you into your dreams with my powers or whatever. Because she believes she has those powers or whatever. I don't know. I could be, just, imagining it, but, what else is there, that I can remember? Will we see a picture of David after he was dead by his wife Claire? And will we, actually, I'm gonna check here. Is there anybody new? Nathan? Flynn, you're new. Wait a minute. No. For a moment there, I thought he was an actor. Well, of course they're all actors, but I was thinking he was an actor in a TV show that I have watched, but I don't think it's him. I'm like 95% sure it's not him. Scarlet? Okay. She reminds me of that one actress I've maybe seen in a movie once or twice. She... damn it, I can't quite place her name. But she is cute, though. But she's no Mariana. I got her sitting there bored. She's like, yep, bored. There was one other thing there I wanted to also question. Trying to think of what it is. Why did Dr. Dekker loan her money? The only thing that I can think of is because of rent. Because she doesn't have a whole lot of money. Either that or there's some sexual... okay, I know I keep saying sexual things or whatever, and nothing's really technically sexually happened to Mariana so far. I mean, so as far as I know, during her blackouts and all this stuff or whatever, she's not having sex with anybody, and she's not being raped. So, unless she's like charging for prostitution to Dr. Dekker, but I don't know. I mean, because she has that ability to make people fall in love with her, but she doesn't want people to follow her around places because they get stalkery. Unless people are watching them kiss, as she mentioned. So, I'm just trying to put, like, pieces of the puzzle together here. Like, I'm trying to fit things, you know, like what could be, some situations. But they haven't really got into a sexual thing with this, in any part of this game. Except for, well, you know, her waking up naked on the beach or something like that, and then the police thought she was an actress, but, that's as far as it goes, really. But I mean, there is a lot of sexual aroma around Mariana. I mean, let's face it, she even said to us that she has the power of persuasion. And I think it's because she uses her feminine wilds to persuade men in doing things. So a lot of people buy her drinks because she's beautiful and, you know, all that other stuff. So, yeah. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I'm very interested. As for who killed Dr. Dekker, I can't. Like I said before, I don't think it's Bryce. Claire is kind of. I don't think Claire did it. I'm guessing either. I'm either guessing Mariana. Excuse me. I'm guessing Mariana or maybe Claire. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think Bryce did it. But at the same time, there is a very good possibility that he did, but he's just, you know, whatever. And it might have been Ellen. She refers to herself as the Angel of Death. But the game chooses the killer randomly. So, and it's always never the same. Well, maybe sometimes it does it, but I'm not quite sure. But I'm thinking about my gameplay playthrough. But there is parts of a walk, you know, because let's just a minute. Let's just face it. I am doing a walkthrough for this because there's like so many questions to ask. and I can only think of so many questions, right? So let me just put it to you this way. Let me put it to you this way, folks. There is certain spots that says, read this part if you want spoilers. And in order for me to see the spoilers, I have to hover over it. And they're like, ask these questions to get a clearer picture of who the killer is in the game. I've seen the questions, but it doesn't mean anything to me, because I never technically asked the character those questions. So me seeing the questions doesn't mean anything until I actually get the reply/answer from the characters that I have to ask the questions for. So with saying that, I didn't get spoiled in that sense. I kind of rather take a shot in the dark at it in the end, unless I could figure it out. And right now I can't really figure it out. I'm on day 4, act 4. Yeah, act. I'm going to call it act. I'm on act 4 of 5. So it's kind of really hard for me to really pinpoint. But if I had to guess, I would narrow it down to Mariana, Claire, maybe Ellen. For between two guys, if it's Nathan or the other dude, Bryce. So far, I'm kind of looking at Bryce. Excuse me, but I really can't see a guy doing it. I think it's one of the 3 females I mentioned. But if I have to bring a male into the pickings, it would be Bryce. But that may change. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, the next time I stream this will be later today, because right now it is 4:16 a.m. Earlier I was starting to get a little passing out off and on, but I was able to keep it together and not like pass out in my chair and start falling asleep like I did like the night before. So I will be streaming this later on today, the 16th, because my stream went in from the 15th to the 16th, since I've been streaming for 3 hours and 9 minutes and 20 seconds. But let me just say this. When I go to stream later, it's just going to be Act 4. And then once I'm done Act 4, going into Act 5, I'll finish Act 5 the following day. And that'll be the end of the game. So, if anybody has any idea who they think the killer is, let me know. In the comments or whatever before watching the final video or the final 2 videos, because it's kind of interesting to hear what people's thoughts are on who they think the killer may be, venturing this far into the game. So, like I said, I gave my top 3 picks, 4 picks if you add the male. So yeah, in the comments, just let me know. And there's only one comment that just appeared already, so... Oh, it's Kissa. Thanks for streaming. You were very much welcome, Kissa. Excuse me. So yeah, like I said, yeah. So if anybody has any theories, or if anybody wants to venture just a wild guess who the killer is, let me know in the comments down below. No matter how old this video is, just let me know. I'm kind of curious of what you all think. And I'll be asking the same thing for Act 4 video. And then, just in case if anybody's mind's changed or whatever. And then when I go into Act 5, well, there's no more guessing. But and then we'll see what happens in the end. So anyway, have a good night, everyone. Thanks for watching. So thanks for coming, Kissa. Hope you're enjoying this so far. And for everybody else who is lurking, thank you for popping in as well. And those who watch this at a later time after the stream, thank you for watching, and I will see you all for part 4. One more time for the sexy beast, Mariana. She's drinking something. Okay. Wait, what is this? What dream was that? Jaya thinks I should tell all the patients I can stop their problems. Perhaps I should avoid her till later. Who, Jaya? Oh, weird ant. Yeah, there we go. Sexy, sexy. Alright. See you, everyone.